is unity.
I won't surrender. Dodge this!
Nap time. Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Take this! Rise, Phoenix! Dodge this!
Some value, I suppose. Eternal.
Did we? Ready for another?
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Your end approaches.
Enemy data secure network is activated. Time for a good old counterattack!
Failed to set you. Savor it for me.
You have the upper hand!
I will dispatch you.
It's been 3 months.
Son of a.
Life is as ephemeral.
Ah, a visitor. Please let me show you some of our local hospitality. Ah, a visitor. Please let me show you some of our local hospitality.
Things will get better, won't they?
Bro, let's do on a leaf.
Serving under the Ten Lords as a judge of souls, I come to the world of living to enforce their will.
Hey, at least I did.
Ah, a visitor. Please let me show you some of our local hospitality.
Serving under the Ten Lords as a judge of souls, I come to the world of the living to enforce their will.
There is no shortcut to destruction. There is no shortcut to destruction.
Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
Nothing break and awaken.
Dead return.
That we're not privy to yet, and we're then shown several images of concept model homes within the complex. I do like this a lot. It's very creative given the geometry of the back rooms, that you look at these pictures and think, yeah, I could reasonably see how you could build a house in there. However, as these model homes are being shown, there's a very quick flash across the screen that's once again backwards and distorted. However, when deciphered, it is a fragment of a sentence that says, to deceive the FEDE. I can only imagine that's part of the word federal. So the sentence probably reads that the purpose of this presentation is to deceive the federal government, because as we're going to see in a moment, and as the title of this video implies, this is all being presented to the federal government so that they can get funding to continue their research. Again, similar to the clip seen in Pitfalls, this seems to be a future bit of information passed backwards onto the video we're currently viewing. We then see clips of the Doe tape archive, which shows a tour being given by AC to the Department of Energy, again in order to justify further expeditions and funding. Also, if you were paying attention during Pitfalls, this is the tour that was mentioned occurring between the 7th and 10th. As they're talking in the observation post above the threshold, alarms begin to sound, and one of the advisors asks one of the advisors conducting the meeting to come over and look at this. Whenever they look at the monitor, they see this scene. This is the researcher who was lost during informational video finding his way back to the threshold. If you remember in that video, which on the timeline occurred over 2 months ago, the cameraman who was a part of that research team ended up finding this weird observation room that as soon as he stepped inside and said hello, all of these alarms went off. Well, that is happening right now as they are giving their tour to the Department of Energy. Not only will that probably not bode well for them, I imagine, but it shows definitively what happened in informational video. If you remember, the cameraman was led away by these voices before he looked at his team and a weird glitch happened. He was suddenly all alone. It turns out that he experienced a time skip. See, it's always been kind of a background thing. The time's working differently in the back rooms. This this is our first evidence of it. Someone was standing there and within an instant was transported to 2 months in the future. And thankfully for him, he managed to find his way back to the entrance. But the reason he didn't know what was going on is because whenever he went on his expedition, the entrance wasn't there. So now, not only are the backrooms perilous because of the life forms within it, the bacterial disease thing in it, and the very structure of the complex itself, but now you can randomly be picked up and placed at another point in time. While we don't have the information yet, I imagine this will come into play with a lot of the text we've seen popping up at supposedly weird places throughout the story. But for now, it answers a couple of other minor questions. Remember how in found footage, he went into the backrooms in 1991 and it says the camera was found in 96? Well, that's because at some point during all of that, our cameraman experienced a time jump. Perhaps several of the structures he came across during found footage are in fact structures that were made by Async. The reason I think this is because every time the complex makes something, it's very odd and out of place. Like the structure's wrong or the words read backwards or what have you, whereas some of the stuff that was discovered in found footage just seemed like an empty office space. It seemed a little too good in parts. And yes, while the construction wasn't necessarily finished, it seemed that it was coming along okay. Perhaps the giant building with white hallways that he was walking through was a part of Async's future office or housing projects. And if that's true, then where is everyone? That's all speculation. He could have went in at 91, and the entire time he was in the back rooms was in 91, and then whenever he fell out, or the camera fell out, it was 96. And all the structures he came across was just liminal spaces within the complex, and I'm just reading too far into it, which, wouldn't be the first time. But for now, to see another effect of this time skip, let's look at the last video in the series up until this point, and that is the unlisted video in the description of presentation, Simpsons. Simpsons is the only video in the series not posted by Kane. It was instead posted by a new account called Laura Harris, a channel with no public videos. The video begins as a standard home recording of an episode of The Simpsons called Bart Gets Hit by a Car. That is, until halfway through the clip, whenever distortions and glitches begin to happen on the screen, and we see shots of a Spanish television ad, before the screen glitches back and the episode of The Simpsons continues. So what does this mean for the series, right? Well, the episode of The Simpsons, Bart Gets Hit by a Car, originally aired in 1991. That all makes sense. 91 is well within the timeline of the series, so we can assume that this episode aired during the time we know Async was doing its thing. Well, whenever the TV glitched and that Spanish commercial came on for a few seconds, that commercial is from the mid-2000s.
Let's go.
It only lasted for a few seconds, and it seems to have corrected itself, but it seems that Async's manipulation is causing not only people to fall into the back rooms, it's causing the time distortion to stretch into our reality. And it seems to just be a minor distortion. It's a television station accidentally showing something from years in the future of its broadcast back in 1991. However, I highly doubt that's the end of it. We saw that Async's research was causing collateral damage physically with things like the earthquake in 1989, and we saw for Missing Persons that creating a rift between the two realities caused people to slip from ours into the complex. But now it seems that temporal distortion within the complex is seeping into the real world. And if that keeps happening, then I have absolutely no idea where any of this could go. Because if Async breaks time, then they've really done it now, haven't they? But with that, we have now watched, up to this date, all of the videos in the Backroom series, which, congratulations, very proud. So now that we're all on the same page, let's get to the timeline, which isn't that complicated, but still needs laid out. And then from there, we can do our final analysis, and I can finally get to my crazy conspiracy theories. Because, if I don't get to do that, then really, what's the point? So now that we've covered all of that, let's take a look at the timeline to make sure we're all on the same page, and we'll talk about my weird theory for the whole series up until this point. Also, Kane didn't ask me to do this, but just so everyone can see, I am repping the Async merch, because frankly, this goes hard, and I love it. Kane's merch store will be linked in the description as well, but for now, let's look at the timeline. So at the moment, the earliest event on the timeline is May the 10th of 1982. That's whenever Oak Ridge was making their prototype for the machine that would eventually open up the complex. These trials went on for nearly a decade, as on April the 2nd of 1988, the third test takes place, until the sixth test occurs on October the 17th of 1989 in First Contact. This is the first time that Async or anyone else had knowingly opened a gateway into the complex. That's also when the earthquakes in Southern California took place and the missing person incidents began. As we've established, opening up the complex and people beginning to fall into the back rooms set up the core of the series. So immediately after 1989, everything kind of happens at once. In one of the early excursions on February the 3rd of 1990, Async finds the body located in the back rooms. And then, as we know, 2 days later, autopsy report takes place. Later in the same month, on February the 29th, informational video takes place, and as you can see here from the dotted line, that's when our first known time jump took place. That, of course, being of the researcher who went out here and then showed up at a later date we'll get to. So only 6 days after that, whenever Async sets up their cameras, motion detected takes place where we see one of the life forms kind of observing whatever Async's doing. 6 days later, on March the 11th of 1990, the archive.tar file was compiled, which makes sense since it's pretty much just images and clips of Async building. You don't really think about it while you're watching the videos, but all those events I just listed take place nearly within a month of each other. This next thing is something that I didn't mention in the rest of the video because it doesn't occur in a video, it occurs in one of Kane's community posts. And it's that on April the 18th of 1990, these bizarre paintings were found by Async somewhere in the complex. Now, is this indicative of the complex adapting and changing, or is it a sign that Async is venturing out further and discovering more weird geometry? We don't know yet. But excluding the weird barn axe room that is still going to be the death of me, this is by far the most complex thing that we've seen out of the complex. Less than a month after those paintings were found, the events of Pitfalls and Report take place on May the 6th of 1990. And then, as we know, 2 days after Pitfalls, the State Department shows up to Async, and that's when presentation takes place. But as we also know, that is the same time that the guy who disappeared in informational video shows back up right here. In other words, he skipped forward in time just over 2 months. Then there's nothing else taking place in the timeline except for this one debatable thing that happens 7 months later. The Simpsons episode, Bart Gets Hit by a Car, originally aired on January the 10th of 1991. Now, obviously, the TV recording that we see in the unlisted video of The Simpsons doesn't necessarily have to be the first date the episode aired, but this is the earliest point it could have happened. 5 months later, archive.tar is compiled, and as a slight correction, I think I said that the archive.tar up here was compiled at that date on March the 11th. In actuality, clips from it were recorded on March the 11th, and the video was put together during June of 1991. So, while we don't have a lot of information yet as to what Async is doing in this whole bubble of time, they are together enough that they're making a cute little scrapbook of building images for some reason. And then while this next thing is a really big jump on the timeline, I think it's just because we don't know what happens through all of this yet. But the next thing that we have is that found footage, the first video in all of this, was recorded on July the 4th of 1991. We can tell because whenever the cameraman is in front of a clapperboard and sees the date, that's the date that we have. So he starts filming on July the 4th. However, it says the footage was recovered on September the 23rd of 1996. So this guy jumped forward a little over 2 months, and then this guy jumped forward a little over 5 years. So now we're getting into the theories, and the first one builds off of this. Whenever Async originally opened up the complex, we saw that the immediate effects of it were missing people and earthquakes. Async catches on pretty fast to the concept that people are going missing from the events of Autopsy Report. However, at least as it seems to us, they aren't privy to the whole time skip thing. So what if the complex is kind of like a sleeping bear, and Async just keeps poking it over and over, opening the portal, turning off the portal? And what if that's causing the effects of the complex to become more and more drastic? See, a time skip takes place that lasts 2 months, and then we see another one that takes place 5 years. Maybe continued interaction with the complex is making it become more unstable. Now, it's also totally possible that we've only seen 2 different time jumps. Our sample size isn't big enough to draw any real conclusions. What leads me to think this might be the case, however, is because of The Simpsons. See, that was not in the complex. That was taking place in our world. So Async has definitely messed something up enough, as seen with the earthquake, that it's affecting our world around it. So just as the earthquakes and the television recording messing up during The Simpsons, maybe increased time differences are a symptom of Async's meddling. The other theory I want to mention is what takes place during the events of found footage. So we have no idea what happened to the cameraman of found footage while he was in the back rooms, or more specifically, we have no idea when it happened. Because he goes in 1991 and comes out in 1996. So whenever he passed into the complex, is that when the jump happened, or whenever the camera fell out? Which, yeah, he didn't come out. His camera did. He ended up being not so okay. So what if he goes into the back rooms and then 5 years happens, and that's why we see all of the industrialization that we come across? See, every time we see something that is naturally made or naturally made by the complex up until this point, it's so weird and out of place. There's backwards road signs and houses. There's paintings on random walls. But whenever the guy in found footage went through them, all of the signs were where they should be. There was natural geometry in ways that at least more so make sense to humans. And the massive gaps in the hallways could just be the fact that it's unfinished. And we know that last time we saw Async in 1990, they were planning on making these massive expansions into the back rooms. So what if what our cameraman was seeing in found footage is Async's construction? And I mean, hey, we don't know what Async was doing anywhere past 1990 at this point. Even if he was still in the complex in July of 1991, that's still over a year later, they still could have started building. So if that is the case, that leads to 2 questions. For one, how are they able to build these massive shapes and structures inside of the complex? And 2, why is it completely empty? I'll let you ponder on those while I get to my final theory. And that theory is regarding the life forms themselves. Every time we see the life forms, they're these giant amalgamations of metal that make these sprawling, broken noises. However, every time you look at them, no matter how broken or messed up they are, and I do believe it's them, not it, for reasons I'll mention in a minute, but every time you look at them, there's still a vaguely human shape about them. Even the one that peeked its head around the corner in motion detected, those still look like human limbs, even if it's like legs creeping out from behind the pillar. So let's think about the other things we know about the back rooms. We know that there's a disease of some kind, as determined in Autopsy Report, that is causing the body to rot and decay in various ways. We know that it seems anyone who spends any amount of time in the back rooms is susceptible to it, as we've had 3 different people who we've seen travel through them begin coughing, 2 of which were wearing full-body hazmat suits. They just spent a little bit longer in the back rooms than the people they were with. We know that there are a lot more people coming into the back rooms than Async's aware of, as given by the messages seen on the wall in found footage and, of course, the body and autopsy report. And we know that the life forms can make human noises. So my current theory regarding the life forms is that people, most likely the people who come in by accident as they no-clip or just fall into the complex, contract this disease that slowly erodes at their body and kills them again, as seen in autopsy report. After that point, the disease begins to amalgamate the body and cause it to mutate, and I believe eventually turn into the life forms. Whenever I first heard the wailing of the life form as shown in found footage, the first image that came to mind was the head crab from Half-Life 2. For those that don't know Half-Life 2, there are these things called head crabs that jump on people and essentially make them into mindless zombies. However, if you read into the game's lore, the head crabs don't kill their host, they just hijack them. And inside of the body, the person is still experiencing pain and misery as they're forced to be this walking monster. And while I don't necessarily think the life forms are still living people inside of all of that, although that would be terrifying, it wouldn't explain a lot of their emotions or why they attack the guy at the end of found footage. I think that the disease is killing people, and then by either the disease itself or some other entity we're not privy to yet, their body is being transformed into the life form. And then while we don't know exactly what they do yet, it seems from Pitfalls that they can mimic human speech patterns, perhaps to draw other people in. And perhaps as these mindless creatures, or even an immune system for the complex itself, they roam about the halls chasing down anyone who enters in. There's something about the way they move and something about the noises they make that make me feel like there used to be a human there. And to me personally, that's been one of the most terrifying aspects of the story up until this point. Now, I could be totally wrong on that theory or any of the other theories I mentioned. It's very clear that there is more information and guidelines and data that we haven't got from the series yet. So again, I say this a lot, but I'm trying to put together a puzzle and I don't have all the pieces. So just pretend that these imaginary pieces may show up one day or something. But at the moment, with what we have to go on, those are my current ideas. And after looking over the entire story, the timeline, and my theories of it, I just have to say, I love this stuff. The Backrooms are some of the best application of internet cosmic horror that I've ever seen. The combination of the unknown and the mystery and monsters within the complex is compounded by the ignorance of the people stepping into it. And while this ignorance may not be vitriolic or evil in a sense, it's most certainly dangerous. And again, while I'm just theorizing up here, perhaps the empty complex as we see it, if I'm right about found footage, could be the result of that ignorance. Point we don't know, but I am certainly excited to find out. I talked to Kane for hours about movies that inspire us and stories that inspire us and all these different ideas that we've had for how stories can be put together. And I gotta say, I have more faith in him to do right by the series than I would anyone at the helm. He's a fantastic creator who I am so happy to see succeed in this field. Because with it, he single-handedly not only gave life to a concept that desperately needed meat on its bones, but he also further reaffirmed the purpose and the concept of the internet horror. And I am incredibly thankful that Kane made this series, and I'm so excited to see where it goes from here. But you know what I'm also thankful for? You all sticking around and hearing me talk about it. And that means the most to me, and I just want to say thank you for watching. The Backrooms are a phenomenal series. As someone who watches nearly all and covers a lot of these online horror works, it's one of my all-time favorites. Not only because of how cool the concepts are and how well done the special effects are and the music and all of that, but it's just, it's like the thesis of a lot of online horror, you know? It's like taking a concept, the Backrooms, that we all knew that went around for a while, and then applying it in such a way that it makes us feel things about it we had never felt before. And it kind of relates to a lot of the horror around liminal spaces. A lot of liminal spaces get their horror because it's this shared collective consciousness we all have of why these things creep us out or broken familiarity and all of that. But then Kane comes along and he applies a story to it where it is a group of people who are desperately trying to seek the great beyond, and it's within that discomforting comfort we all have of the Backrooms and then watching them suffer and stumble for it. And in a way, it's like Async's suffering isn't just like a character in a story, it's a cautionary tale to trying to dive into the depths of the unknown. And I don't know, it's really good to see. It's an extension of what I think a lot of internet horror has potential to become, and I'm pumped that it exists, and I'm pumped to see where it goes from here. So I love this series a lot, which you probably got from my everything at this point. Thank you for hearing me out on it, regardless. The links to the I did the podcast with Kane, the interview that I did with Kane that you heard segments of throughout. The full interview will be on my second channel, Win the Game. It will also be linked in the description, so check that out if you want to hear me and him freak out over internet stuff and talk about his inspiration and all of that. Kane never does interviews, and it meant a lot to me that he did that. And I'm sure Kane's watching now, and I just want to say, I love your stuff, dude. I greatly appreciate you giving me the time not only to talk about it, but to sit down and talk about it with me, and that means a lot, and thank you. But yeah, so that will be linked in the description, as long as Kane's merch, which is pretty dope. I got the coffee mug and the shirts because they're cool. Also, thank you for watching my videos. The Paradise Lost video, which when I was making that, I'm like, this will just be a weird, nerdy YouTube video about stuff only I'm interested in. Yeah, it got number 3 on the trending page, which I have no idea what trending really is or how it functions correctly, but I know it's thanks to you all, showing support for my stuff, watching my videos, and it's weird. It's just like every time I sit down to do something, I'm like, this is for me. There's no way people will like this, and nevertheless, you all show up between Kickstarter and my videos, and just continued blessings from you all every day. I'm very thankful. Thank you for the situation you've given me. Thank you for the subscribers that you all have been continuing to subscribe. We are at 1.73 million. God has been good, and He's blessed me with you all, and just thank you for everything. So, like I said, all of those links will be in the description. Kickstarter, Kane stuff, and whatnot. Thank you all for showing up and for watching this long. Thank you for the time and blessings you continue to give. So that should do it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. The Jersey Devil, also known as the Leeds Devil, is a monster said to stalk the Pine Barrens of southern New Jersey. Descriptions vary, but in every variation, the devil is a combination of different animal features. It is often cited as a sort of dragon, with bat-like wings, goat-like hooves, and the head of a horse. While the natives' legends of a flying creature within the Pine Barrens predate colonial legend, the story of the Leeds devil is far more popular. According to legend, in the 1730s, a woman named Mrs. Leeds discovered that she was pregnant with her 13th child. Understandably, Mother Leeds was upset and cursed the unborn child. When the child was born, it transformed into the Jersey Devil and flew out of the house, stalking those who stray from the trails of New Jersey ever since. The Jersey Devil is a fascinating one. Unlike a lot of cryptids, it has a definitive origin story, and while the characterization of other cryptids is often kind of ambiguous, the Jersey Devil is expressly evil. It's a creature born from hell that will kill or haunt anyone who gets in its way. It's also particularly terrifying, and one of the only cryptids that I can definitively say scared me to death as a child. It's scary, it's cool, and it looks weird, so I'm putting it at A tier. And the last cryptid for tier 1 is the Dogman. The Dogman, also known as the Michigan Dogman, rose to infamy in 1987 when a disc jockey named Steve Cook released a song called The Legend, detailing the story behind the creature. According to the legend, the Dogman was first seen in 1887 in Wexford County, Michigan. The creature has the body of a man with the head of a dog. While many associate this appearance with the commonly known werewolf, stories of the Dogman imply a less blended, more distinct appearance of a canine's head on a man's body. While stories of attacks are scarce, the haunting appearance is enough to drive many locals to a place of fear. The Dogman's an interesting one. Things like the werewolf have been so overplayed in pop culture that few people still find the idea of one scary, but there is something directly uncanny about just a man's form with a dog's head. And while that in itself is cool, the Dogman kind of has a shaky beginning, so to speak. Like, a lot of these cryptids and stuff come from local legend or stories or sightings or what have you. But the Dogman began with a disc jockey making a song about him, and then sightings of the creature began. And while I'm not going through this whole thing talking about why cryptids are fake or why this one is less likely to exist than the other one, because that's pretty lame. I mean, the Dogman was just a guy wrote a song about it and people started saying it, so kind of lessens the cool factor a little bit. So that, coupled with the creature's design being pretty basic, brings it down a bit for me. A lot of the stories that have come off of the legend are pretty cool, so I'm putting it at C tier. And now, let's do a quick run through of the other non-applicables from tier 1. Classic Animals of Discovery was the book that Lewis and Clark put together of all the animals they discovered on their voyage out west. This is fascinating because for the first time in written literature, there were hundreds of newly documented animals. It goes to show how quickly something can go from unknown to catalog in the matter of a single trip. Sea serpent, similar to the Kraken, is a legend that has existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, but everything that I would have said about the sea serpent, I pretty much mentioned with the Kraken stuff, and since the two overlap so much, I'm leaving it down here since it in itself is kind of vague. Lauren Coleman is the founder of the International Cryptozoology Museum that I mentioned earlier, and he's also foundational in a ton of cryptid legends. Like, some of the stuff we're going to be talking about later on was named by the guy, and he's done more for the cryptid community than probably anyone else alive. You'll be hearing more about him later on in the series. The Fiji mermaid is the original cryptid hoax. People took the torso of a monkey and stitched it to the tail of a fish and told people that they had found mermaids. Josh Gates, the host of the show Destination Truth, goes into cryptid sightings and exploring cryptid encounters. The coelacanth is a species of fish that was believed to be extinct for tens of millions of years until they were found alive in the 1930s off the southern coast of Africa. An example of how things we believe could have been extinct for times long before us can simply pop up and rewrite our understanding of biology. A common occurrence you're going to see throughout a lot of the possibly extinct species we're going to see through the rest of the series. Expedition Everest was the Disney World attraction that featured a Yeti and helped popularize the Yeti in American culture. And finally, the TV show Finding Bigfoot, a TV show where they set out to find Bigfoot and still haven't found him, although the show itself is very funny. There were a couple more terms on tier 1, like the Patterson-Gimlin film that I mentioned with Bigfoot, or the Surgeon's Photograph that I mentioned with the Loch Ness Monster, but I already talked about those, so they don't need to go up here. And with that, we have the end of tier 1. If you're familiar with cryptozoology to any degree, then you've probably already heard everything I talked about today. But this serves as an excellent introduction to the series. We talked about a lot of the common ones, what their cultural impact is, and you all have a feel for how the rest of the series will go. So I am going to get started on editing this, and then immediately get into research for the second video, which will hopefully be up in a matter of days after this one comes out. Because from here, we just have a whole lot of weird. We dipped our toes into the shallows, and join me in the following episodes of the series as we dive into the deep end. But for now, for those of you who have stuck around this long in the video, I just want to say thank you for watching. I know this is an egregiously short video compared to my normal timestamps, but again, if I didn't break this series up, it was never going to happen. So hopefully you all enjoyed this introduction to the series, and I promise that more parts are on the way. But again, for now, I just want to say thank you all so much for watching. Check out the 2 podcasts. The Red Thread episode about the Goatman is already out. Link to that, as well as the Creepcast channel will be in the description. Be on the lookout for this guy December 1st. Hopefully I will have the part 2 of this video coming out the same day, so I'll remind you then. But if not, check him out December 1st. And I believe that should do it for now. Let me know what you think about this series in the comments. If everyone yells at once that they hate it and they want me to do something else, then I'll probably do that. But if you enjoyed, let me know. And if you disliked, let me know. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed, and that should do it for now. But I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
Always a weakness.
You chose the wrong enemy.
To guard and defend. Crush them.
Eternal slither.
Dead return!
This battle is unavoidable.
Blaze! Lance! Forward!
Lend me your strength.
The strength still sleeping.
Dead return!
Let's settle this.
This battle is unavoidable.
Lance at the ready.
Heaven Surge. Rise!
You'll pay for this.
You chose the wrong answer.
Lend me your strength. Infallible. Cool.
I commend. We can get closer.
We're in trouble now. A thousand wonders. Fight is one. A quick divination. want to enter the forgotten.
This is imaginary.
unavoidable. Gather as one.
I will
We've
dispatch you.
entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
That paradise may be unreachable for me. Savor it for me. Unnecessary.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Your end approaches.
The enemy situation has changed. Infallible. Show your courage. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
A blade knows no mercy. The fight is set. Receive divinity. Unnecessary. That paradise may be a savor it for me.
Damn.
Infallible. Show your courage. Yin and yang.
Unnecessary. Eternal sleep. The dead return!
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Your end approaches. Receive divinity.
Your resistance is timely. Lend me your strength.
I will this fight is set. That paradise may be unreached. Savor it for me.
Infallible. Show your courage. Time to change. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
A blade eternal sleep. The dead return! Unnecessary. Repay.
All things in the human creations.
Your end approaches. That paradise may be unreachable for me. Savor it for me.
change tactics. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Eternal sleep. The dead return!
All things in this world. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The fight is set. That paradise, savor it for me. Bloom. Repay. I will dispatch you. Fail to set you. I'll see you all.
Lend me your strength. Lend me your strength.
A blade, your end approaches. That paradise may be. Savor it for me. Receive divinity.
A quick divination. Gather as one.
I will dispatch you. That paradise may be unreachable. Savor it for me. Fail to set you. That paradise may be unreachable. Savor it for me.
Infallible. Show your courage.
Let's wait.
Show your courage.
Repay.
To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Time to change tactics. Lend me your strength.
A blade knows. The dead return! Savor it for me. Fail to set you.
Exhilarating. Lend me your strength. Converge and awaken. Come get me. Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Savor it for me. Savor it for me. The dead return!
Sword, heed me. Have at you. Troublesome. You're all in on it. Lend me your strength.
Fail to set you.
Fail.
This sword needs sharpening.
To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Repay.
I keep forgetting about his fucking follow-up attack.
Lend me your strength.
The fight is set.
Together as one. Infallible. Show your courage. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Your end approaches.
guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Savor it for me. Bloom. Repay. The fight is set.
Lend me your strength.
Your end approaches.
Converge and awaken. Lend me your strength. Infallible. Show your courage.
Savor it for me. Receive divinity. The fight is set. Fail to set you.
Infallible. Show your courage. Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Your end approaches. The dead return! Savor it for me.
Lend me your strength.
The fight is set. Bloom.
Gather as one.
Nothing major. Fail to set you.
Enemy situations change. To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Repay. Your end approaches. The dead return!
Lend me your strength.
Fail to set you. let's wait.
Let's see.
Infallible. Watchful, always.
Repay.
To guard and defend. Crush them.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Human creations.
The fight is set.
Lend me your strength. Come get me.
Too little.
Punish evil.
Fail to set.
Lend me your strength.
Savor it for me.
Converge and awaken.
The dead return!
Rare opponent. Sword, heed me. Have at you.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Your end approaches.
I failed.
This sword needs sharpening.
To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Repay. Your end approaches.
Lend me your strength.
Fail to stand you.
Converge and awaken.
The dead return!
Lend me your strength.
Savor it for me.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
The fight is set.
Gather as one. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
Your end approaches. Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Savor it for me.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
The fight is set. The dead return!
Converge and awaken.
The dead return!
Lend me your strength. Lend me your strength.
Savor it for me. Receive divinity. The dead return! Your end approaches.
Gather as one.
Fail to stand you. Savor it for me.
Human
trouble ahead.
Infallible.
Proceed.
Show your courage.
Yeah.
Unscathed.
To guard and defend. Crush them.
The dead return!
Damage.
Savor it for me. Repay.
Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The fight is set. Savor it for me.
Lend me your strength.
Fail to set you.
Together as one.
The dead return!
Troublesome. To guard and defend. Crush them.
I will dispatch you.
Infallible. Show your courage. Lend me your strength.
Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Your end approaches. Savor it for me.
Enemy situation solved.
Let's wait.
Show your courage.
Repay. Too little.
To guard and defend. Crush them.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Human creations. Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
I failed.
This sword needs sharpening.
To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Hello everybody, and welcome to part 2 of the Cryptid Iceberg. Hopefully you've already seen part 1 of the series, and if you haven't, the link to that will be in the description. And if you're caught up, we can go ahead and get into it. However, there's one thing I need to change about this series before we start. I did manage to get in contact with the creator of the Iceberg, and he informed me that the version I've been working with was the prototype for the full and true Iceberg. And after looking into some of the stuff he added, I am frankly out of my depths. Like I mentioned in part 1, the guy who made this works at the Cryptozoology Museum. He has first-hand experience with several of the people and literature that's conducive to the field of cryptozoology that I'll never really understand. Or at least never understand the proper way in the time frame I plan to make the series. So to make this easier on everyone, and hopefully to make a better series for you all, in this video I'm going to be diverging from the iceberg that he made, and instead building out my own iceberg. It will be similar in length to the original one I began covering, only this one is going to have even more cryptids. Or basically cryptids in place of things on the iceberg that weren't cryptids. Because frankly, I'm here to talk about the scary stuff. I'm here to talk about the monsters. And while all of the supplemental material is incredibly interesting, I don't want to give myself a remedial crash course in it and then throw it to you off the cuff with a lot of wrong information. So we're going to keep it to the spooky stuff. Beginning in tier 2, I'm going to switch up some of the stuff in the original iceberg to throw in more creatures. And for the rest of the series, we're going to keep it to the things that I want to talk about and hopefully you all want to hear. And then when the creator of this original iceberg has finished his version of it, I'll be sure to shout out either his YouTube channel or the iceberg image itself and make sure he gets credit for the work and inspiration that he's given me. This probably sounds really confusing right now, but by the time this full iceberg is done and I make the compilation of it, it's all going to run together as one piece. Don't worry about it. Just pretend like the last video and this video are 2 tiers of this new iceberg. And because of that, that means I get to do this. Because now if the iceberg is just terms I want to talk about, we don't need all of that supplemental material. There's still some stuff that aren't cryptids that I want to talk about, like the coelacanth and the sea serpent, which I've got down here. But now we can streamline this whole thing to just those that go bump in the night. Also, one thing I want to mention from the last video. A bunch of you in the comments were yelling at me that the reason the thylacine, or thylacine, or however you want to pronounce it, is on this iceberg is because despite the fact that it went extinct in 1930s according to our textbooks, several sightings of it still appear across the Australian continent. So fine, because it's technically an animal that doesn't officially exist, but sightings of it are still out there, I'll give you that it is a cryptid. But if I have to give you that, then I give you this. F tier. That is a stupid cryptid. Real sad that it died sad and alone in a zoo or whatever, but the whole cryptid is there was an animal that existed 90 years ago that we think died out, but maybe it didn't die out. And to that I say, yeah, maybe it didn't. Who knows? Who cares? Because we're talking about flying moth people and giant ape things that smell bad, so you and your cat dog can run back to the McDonald's play place because the adults are talking. So yeah, critique me again, come at me again. I will immediately throw you in F tier. Also, a few people online, especially Twitter, I'm looking at you, Smoo, were getting mad at me for putting like the Yeti and the skunk ape or the Kraken at B tier. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but C is the middle of the line. S tier doesn't count. S is like supreme, whatever. There's only one thing up there right now. Look at it as great, good, mid, bad, awful, right? So B is still a good cryptid. I still like it. C is the middle of the road. Just because something's B tier doesn't mean it's bad. And if you keep talking, I will take every one of these down. It's my pointless YouTube series. I'll rank it how I want. And also, as you saw in the intro, it is finally time for him. That is right. I now introduce to you the second edition of the Wendigoon U2's figure. We sold the first version of this guy last year, and you all enjoyed it so much, I figured, why not bring it back for the holiday season? And as you can see, U2's pretty much let me do whatever I want. He's got the stag skull and the night vision, but he also has a shotgun with a lantern tied to the barrel for some reason. Why would he use a kerosene lantern and night vision? I don't know, but it looks cool. I am so happy with how this guy turned out, and as a matter of fact, U2's is so happy with him as well, we decided, why stop at just one? Because in addition to this guy, you will also be able to get the U2's Wendigoon coffee mug. And check it out, look how happy he looks. Doesn't that just bring you joy? He's got like the night vision inset eyes and the little deer horns. Funny detail about this, I originally was like, yeah, I want him to have really big deer horns, and then U2's was like, that's probably a bad idea because, you know, that's directly where your eyes are when you're drinking, so wiser minds prevailed, and he's just got the little ones. But this guy, he's still got the pointy ones. I'm so happy with how this pair turned out, and hopefully you are as well. Both of these guys are available for a very limited amount of time. Like before Christmas, they're gonna be gone for good. And the pre-order for these dudes is right now, and once that pre-order is, they're gone forever. So if you're interested in either or both of them, head down to the link in the description and get in on it while you can. And just as a disclaimer, I wanna make it clear that while I am selling this for the holiday season, and I think it's a great gift for the holiday season, this is a pre-order. These things go through manufacturing, quality control, all of that. So even though you order it in December, they're probably not gonna ship till like end of February, early March. So if you are getting this as a Christmas gift for someone, just be sure that they understand the concept of object permanence. But I am thrilled with how this turned out. Hopefully you guys are as well. Again, link to them will be in the description. Get in while you can. Without further ado, we are gonna go ahead and get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. And sincerely, thank you for the support you've shown on the merchandise, on the extra projects I'm working on. It really does mean the world. So again, thank you. So with that out of the way, let's get into tier 2. Starting with the first entry of this tier, the Dover Demon. The Demon of Dover, Massachusetts was spotted on April the 21st, 1977. Bill Bartlett was driving through the back roads near town when he spotted a creature with large eyes, a bulbous head, and tendril fingers atop a broken stone wall. A total of 3 sightings occurred around town that night and the night of the 22nd. Bill drew a sketch of what he saw and added the message, "I, Bill Bartlett, swear on a stack of Bibles that I saw this creature." Lauren Coleman investigated the sightings and named the creature the Dover Demon. Despite only 2 days of suspected sightings, the demon has become a mainstay among cryptid communities. Because of the Dover Demon's appearance, a lot of people associate it with extraterrestrial alien encounters, but others just say he's a weird little guy with a big head. Well, there were a few sightings in the days around Bill Bartlett's encounter, but because stories are so scarce, we don't have a lot of information as to how the cryptid works or how many there might be. But overall, he's pretty popular, and I get the appeal, so I'm gonna put him at B tier. After that, we've got the Fresno Nightcrawlers. These bizarre creatures were first spotted in 2007 when a man from Fresno, California, brought footage from his home security camera to the police. This footage depicts what can only be described as a walking pair of white pants moving across the front lawn. In 2011, a similar sighting occurred at Yosemite National Park. Several sightings have occurred in the year since, with some stretching all the way to Poland. Given the unassuming nature of the creature and its harmless appearance, many have attributed a timid, friendly visage to the Nightcrawler. Because of this, the Fresno Nightcrawler, though mysterious, is a legend far more beloved than feared. The cryptid community typically sees the Fresno Nightcrawler as like a little puppy that just needs to be protected. And while some of the stories around it do get across kind of a mysterious X-Files feel, like for example, there's one story where a man had a patch of grass in his front yard that regardless of what the season was, if it had rained, if it had snowed, it was always a bright green, dry patch of grass and he never knew why. And then one night he goes out at like 2 o'clock in the morning to see the Fresno Nightcrawler standing there, kind of implying it's this entity outside of time or space that affects the area around it. I mean, that's kind of creepy, but I mean, it's like a walking U shape that most people depict as fuzzy. My wife has little statues of it all over the house because she thinks it's cute. So not that terrifying, not that much definitive lore, but people like it and I get why. So it's going to B tier. Up next, we have the Megalodon. The Megalodon, or Big Tooth, is a now extinct species of super shark. This shark, suspected by science to be extinct for over 3 million years, could grow up to 70 feet in length and weigh over 100 metric tons. Of course, this has sparked speculation that the creature may not be extinct at all. Given discoveries like the coelacanth, science has been wrong about supposedly non-existent species before. And given the mysterious nature of the ocean and food chains within the deep exhibiting symptoms of unknown super predators, the legend of the Megalodon continues to haunt the seas. The Megalodon has quickly worked its way into the cultural lexicon as of late. Like, you could go up to any random Joe on the street who doesn't know anything about Fresno Nightcrawlers or Dover Demons, but you could ask him about Bigfoot or the Megalodon and he'll probably know what you're talking about. And it makes sense, right? Like, the Megalodon piques the natural curiosity of just our understanding of the sea. We know that things can get really big and we know that they can get really lethal. So the Megalodon is the natural conclusion of that with things like sharks, a creature that's already widely feared. That combined with discoveries of giant teeth, as well as the mystery of the ocean itself, it makes sense why the legend is so widespread. That being said, big shark, so it's going to B tier. After that, we have the Mongolian deathworm. This elusive beast is said to stalk the Gobi Desert. According to local legend, the death worm is a flat, blood-red worm that slithers beneath the sands of Mongolia and can grow up to 3 feet in length. Many stories include mention of an extremely lethal venom, hence the creature's name, and some even mention projectile venom and electrical capabilities. The wider world learned of the worm in 1926 when the Prime Minister of Mongolia was quoted while describing it. The legend is widespread across the Gobi, and despite the lack of evidence, it seems the people of the area are consistent in their belief, implying an unknown serpent may exist beneath the sea of sand. This one's always fascinated me, because the desert itself, much like the ocean, is a mysterious wasteland, at least to us. We know that there are creatures that can't survive there, but it is so inhospitable to humanity that the thought of it is uncanny in itself. So if the ocean has its legends of serpents and monsters beneath the waves, then the sand deserves it as well. And also the idea that there's just these worms that can shoot venom or electrocute you, and then if it kills you, it like shakes your body underneath the sand to be consumed, that's terrifying. And also the desert itself is so big, if a creature can exist beneath the sand, who knows how many things could be down there that we haven't charted yet. And it leads many researchers to say, if this many otherwise unrelated cultures across the desert have the same stories that corroborate off the other, maybe they're onto something. It's scary, it's elusive, it's well defined, so it's going at A tier. Next up, we've got the Ogopogo. The Ogopogo is the lake monster of the Okanagan Lake of British Columbia. The legend comes from the native legend of the Naitaka, a fierce spirit that only allowed safe passage across the lake if a blood sacrifice was made. However, with sightings beginning in the early 1900s, the spirit now held the reputation of a physical form. The name Ogopogo was given in 1924, and the creature is described as dark green with the head of a reptile and lengths up to 50 feet. This serpent is said to move incredibly fast, and despite rewards in the millions for definitive proof, no conclusive evidence has been found. This menacing monster remains a mystery to this day. It's always interesting to me when legends existed before a culture's documentation of it, and then that culture's documentation corroborates off what was previously said. The natives had a legend of a giant beast in the lake, and then in the 1900s, sightings began happening of a giant beast in the lake. Also, it's hilarious to me that the natives were like, oh, it's, this dark spirit that is supposed to be respected. As a matter of fact, we made sacrifices to it. It's not to be messed with. And then the French settlers get there, and they're like, oh, the Ogopogo. All that being said, it is once again another big Loch Ness Monster adjacent creature in the middle of a lake. So the Ogopogo is going to hang out at D tier with Champy. Now, let's talk about the Lizard Man. In Lee County, South Carolina, there exists a legend of a beast who roams the Scape Ore Swamp. In 1988, reports began appearing around the swamp of a creature attacking those who leave their cars late at night. The thing was described as being 7 feet tall and possessing glowing red eyes and green, scaly skin. Over the summer of '88, several witnesses recounted the Lizard Man running at inhuman speeds and with impossible strength, ripping apart the fabric of their vehicles. While the string of sightings was short-lived, the gravity of the stories has existed in the public mind ever since. Nearly every culture has some mythos of a reptilian humanoid, and many believe that one of them may exist in the swamps of South Carolina. The Lizard Man is classic cryptid horror, and I love it. Don't leave your car late at night, or else the Lizard Man will come out of the swamp and kill you. And if you're lucky, he'll only scratch up your vehicle as you drive away. The lore around the Lizard Man itself is interesting for a deep dive. There were police investigations in the area into what might be causing this, because cars were showing up to police departments damaged. They had a theory that it may be a cult for a while, or some kind of sick prankster, and despite a massive police search, no evidence was found. Those who do believe in the Lizard Man say maybe it was some kind of reptilian humanoid that died after the summer of '88, or simply moved somewhere else. Regardless, it's creepy, it's cool, it's terrifying, so I'm putting it at A tier. There's gonna be a lot of people upset, I can already tell, that all of the humanoid stuff for me gets bumped up, and all of like the lake monster serpent stuff goes down. But it's my list, so shut up. But now, let's talk about the Thunderbird. The American countryside is home to this terrifying legend. From the native people of the Great Lakes to the West Coast, the Thunderbird was said to be a powerful spirit, which takes on the visage of a giant bird of prey. This being is believed to be so powerful that it creates thunder by flapping its wings and lightning with its piercing gaze. While not expressly evil, and even benevolent to many tribes, the Thunderbird was believed to punish those who do wrong. Some believe the Thunderbird to be a still existent species of flying dinosaur, and sightings have continued into the modern age. The Thunderbird's just really cool. There were a lot of stories around the American Civil War of soldiers being out west, and many soldiers claiming to have shot at one or seen one fly down over their camp. A lot of the stories around the Thunderbird of like the Algonquin-speaking tribes of the American Northeast are fascinating, because the Thunderbird is kind of described as a caretaker or governor of the overworld, or of like the realm of spirituality in the air. So it seemed there's more of like a spiritual figure, but in Western legends, it's much more physical, it's much more direct. So it's interesting how the creature worked its way into different cultures, all the way to sightings being reported during modern American history. And also, it's just a cool idea from like a horror perspective as well. Think about the idea of a bird that brings storms whenever it flies. Well, that would be a reason for why you never see it, because if you ever tried to look straight up during a thunderstorm, it could be hard to see. And it uses that cover to fly through the air. It's a fascinating myth. I like the Thunderbird a lot, so it's going to A tier. And keeping with the idea of currently undocumented groups of slightly larger renditions of pre-existing animals, yeah, we have the orang pendek. This creature is said to exist within the mountains of western Indonesia. For over a century, sightings of a bipedal primate have been reported in the region. The creature is unique in that no primates of that size are documented in that region. Because of this, many believe the orang pendek, or short person, to be a missing link or Bigfoot adjacent beast. The creature has eluded researchers for some time, yet many believe the mountains of Indonesia hold the next great biological discovery. So the orang pendek is effectively an orangutan seen in an area where we don't think orangutans are. Yeah, that's an F tier. I'm sorry, I just can't. Because when I was researching it, I'm like, oh, are there like no primates in the region? And everyone's like, no, there's a lot of primates in the region. Just no orangutan, so that's why it's a cryptid. And all the stories around it are like, oh no, you don't get it. The creature can be seen walking on two legs. And it's like, yeah, that's what orangutans do. I'm not saying that it is real or they do exist on that island or anything like that. I'm just saying if they do, I don't really care. It's literally just a creature that already exists. Honestly, it feels kind of bad putting it down here with Thylacine, because at least that has some mystery to it, like maybe it's not extinct. The orang's like, maybe this thing that we know definitely exists, does definitely exist, just over here. Yeah, maybe in like the 1800s, some sailor thought it'd be funny to drop one off at the island. I don't know. But here, to make it a bit better after giving something F tier, let's talk about a lake serpent thing that I actually like, and that is Caddy. Also known as the Cadborosaurus wilsey, is a sea monster first spotted off the coast of Cadboro Bay, British Columbia in 1933. Described as a horrible serpent with the head of a camel, the creature has been spotted hundreds of times along the shores of Canada. In 1937, a whaling ship in Vancouver discovered an unidentified 20-foot-long corpse within the stomach of a sperm whale. Naturally, many speculated this creature to be the same species as the mysterious Caddy. Given the immense and consistent sightings of the creature, along with the legitimacy of its witnesses, many view Caddy as one of the most compelling examples of modern, undocumented sea monsters. And the Caddy, I do place a lot of legitimacy in, at least compared to some of the other sea monsters we've seen. That's because all the sightings of it feel different than the sightings of other sea monsters. For example, a lot of these will be a guy who was out looking for the Loch Ness Monster, and then he's like, oh, I found the Loch Ness Monster. But most of the sightings of Caddy come from ship captains or politicians. Like one of the sightings came from a seasoned ship captain who had been in the business for decades, who as soon as he gets to Cadboro Bay, he jumps off the boat and he's like, hey, we saw something really weird out there. And then the description of this creature he gives that he has never heard of matches the legend of Caddy around the region. Not to mention, like I said, a corpse was pulled out of the stomach of a sperm whale that is to this day unidentified. Maybe there was some unidentified species of saltwater pike or sturgeon-esque creature, and maybe the legends around it really mean something. So again, while I typically don't like just take a lake, insert Loch Ness Monster there, the Caddy feels more unique and legitimate than a lot of the others. Now, that being said, I still don't think it's that super cool, because again, just long fish, but I can at least bump it up to the same tier as the Loch Ness Monster. It's also worth mentioning with a lot of these creatures, one of the reasons that I'm not super like, oh yeah, let's bump them up to A, B tier, whatever, even though I think the ocean's scary, stuff like that, is because things like Caddy, yeah, I absolutely believe it could be real, because we have already discovered things like Caddy, like the oarfish, for example. There were legends for years that there's this super long fish with like, you know, a red fin on it, that can get like 30, 40 feet long, and we're like, haha, that's ridiculous, and then we find it, and it's like, oh, no, that definitely exists. Like, for example, if we were to discover Mothman, or the Jersey Devil, or something like that, it would immediately reshape our understanding of biology, of history, of spirituality, of the afterlife in some cases. It would immediately be a cosmic shakeup to everyone on the planet. But if we discover that Caddy, or the Ogopogo, or Champy are real, then it's just like, wow, that's kind of neat. So forgive me for saying that big fish isn't as cool as Bigfoot. So let's get back to my comfort zone of scary humanoids with the Beast of Bray Road. This creature is often referred to as the Werewolf of Wisconsin. According to local legend, sightings of the beast near Elkhorn, Wisconsin date back to 1936. However, the far more popular appearances occurred in the 80s and 90s, made famous by author Linda Godfrey. Stories arose of a werewolf within the backwoods of Wisconsin. While no one was ever attacked, the beast was said to attack cars and chase those who were away from vehicles. It carries a foul odor and stands 7 feet tall. This menacing creature has solidified its place among America's dark pantheon. The Beast of Bray Road has always had a special place in my heart because I've talked about this before on the channel, but one of my first exposures to these creatures was the Animal Planet series Lost Apes, and I never thought werewolves were scary. I was just like, okay, it's like a wolf on two legs, who cares? But then I saw some paintings and pictures of how actually menacing a creature like that might be, and the fear of the Wolfman has stuck with me ever since. Now, the story around the actual Beast of Bray Road is pretty cool, because again, the author Linda Godfrey is the one who brought a lot of this to light. According to her, she went to her local police department after hearing stories of these creatures and asked if the police knew anything about it, and the police chief walked into the back of the police department and handed her a file labeled werewolf. Because the police had so many calls and reports of this creature that they just kept a file of it in the back. And a lot of the legends around the Beast of Bray Road bring out a lot of what I love in modern American horror. The idea of this sleepy small town being terrorized by something going bump in the night. It hits the spot for me where I love the stories around it a lot. So while I would typically say it's just men, because again, just a werewolf, the legends around it are what make it fun. So I'm bumping it up to B tier. After that, we have the Owlman. The Owlman was first spotted in Cornwall, UK in 1976, when two young girls saw a monster atop the St. Monin and St. Stephen's Church. Author Tony Shields investigated the story and, after receiving a drawing of the creature from one of the young girls, dubbed it Owlman. This figure has massive wings and glowing red eyes and can emit a loud shriek like that of a screech owl. Sightings in the region continued for the next decade, and the haunting presence of the Owlman has existed ever since. Now, you probably heard all that and said, huh, that sounds familiar. And yeah, it really does. The Owlman sightings came a decade after the Mothman sighting, and then a creature was spotted that looked exactly like the Mothman, and some dude from Britain was like, oh, is that an owl? If you're from Britain and you're offended that I did a British impression, knock it off or else I'll tell them that you didn't pay your TV license. Owlman is instantly F tier for me. It is just a ripoff of this scripted trying to be special while adding nothing. Next up, we have a personal favorite of mine, the Flatwoods Monster. Also known as Braxy due to its appearance in Braxton County, West Virginia. On September the 12th of 1942, 3 boys saw a light flash across the sky and land in the woods. After informing 4 others, including a National Guardsman, the group went into the woods and saw what they described as a tall, red-faced humanoid creature wearing a giant suit that culminated in a spade-shaped dome. After the monster began gliding towards the group, they ran. Since then, some sightings arose and the culture around the creature quickly caught on. The Flatwoods Monster is believed to be an extraterrestrial and is often depicted as a being who landed on Earth before disappearing back into the stars. So the Flatwoods Monster is one of the few cryptids that I have been to the location of in person. I've been to the museum, I've been by the location that the sighting took place. They even have this local challenge in the town where there are 5 different giant chairs shaped like Braxy located around the county, and if you go take a picture at all 5 of them, you get a cute little sticker, which I of course did. We even have a lot of Braxy merchandise just around the house, like this guy is a little lantern that you can turn on, and I love the legend of it a lot. And one of the reasons I love it so much is because of the culture and era that it speaks to. The story itself is drenched in tellings of the era. It's 1942, so there's a National Guardsman in West Virginia ready to go on post who runs out with these boys because maybe it's an attack from Germany or Japan. And then the idea of this giant alien creature inside of a suit of metal speaks heavily to all of the old creature from outer space horror ideas that were present at the time. And the way the legend has shifted over the years, because initially it was believed maybe Braxy was this giant creature, or the Flatwoods Monster as it was called. Maybe it was this creature that was looking to lobotomize you or melt you with a laser gun. But then over the years, the Flatwoods Monster became more of Braxy and just became a story of a creature that got lost on its way home. It's a fascinating legend that has changed and manipulated with the times, and overall, it's scary, it's got a unique story, it's interesting both visually and narratively. So for me, easy S tier. After that, we have the Goatman. While the first recorded records of the Goatman appear in the 1970s, the legends that built the myth are far older. Goatman is described as a creature with the head of a goat and body of a man. Legends of the cryptid begin in the woods of Maryland, in which local legend stated, any caught in the woods at night may be stalked by the dreaded figure. The legend similarly has roots in Louisville, Kentucky, colloquially known as the Public Monster, and Denton, Texas. Stories of its origin vary from that of a science experiment gone wrong to legends of a demon brought up from hell, given its demonic overtones. The Goatman mythos is as long-lasting as it is terrifying. On my podcast, The Red Thread, we spent 2 hours talking about the lore and legacy behind this creature. Link to that's in the description. I won't belabor the same points now. But the short version is it's so interesting how the Goatman is the culmination of all these different streams of culture. It is pieces of biblical belief regarding demons, goats, what have you. It is cultural beliefs of creatures in the woods that might kill you, and then it combines with like the Satanic Panic movement of, that was happening around like the 70s and 80s and stuff like that. And it's just a really cool story that combines a lot of different stories and ideas into one myth. That being said, the thing that holds it back from being an S tier for me, because otherwise, scary design, cool stories around it, cool appearance, what have you. The thing that holds it back is that it's been very muddled in recent years. Like, it's brought in aspects of Skinwalker belief and Wendigo belief to create a creature that's like partially its own thing, but also takes a lot of stuff from others. So because it's not that unique anymore, I've got to bring it down to A tier, but still one of my favorite all-time cryptids. And then finally, for tier 2, we have the Wendigo, which, if you couldn't tell by all that, if you couldn't tell by all that, as well as the name that's down there right now, it's an immediate S tier, but for good reason. The Wendigo, or Wintekawa, is a legend birthed from the cold lands of the Algonquin-speaking tribes of northern North America. According to Cree legend, if any person were to consume the flesh of another human, a dark spirit would possess them. This spirit would contort their body, turning them into an emaciated monster with an insatiable hunger for flesh, and skin as that of a frozen corpse. Their body grew cold and their features ghastly. Elongated fangs and nails accenting a lipless face among sunken, glowing eyes. These hunters have supernatural abilities of strength and speed, and use those abilities to feed on any unfortunate enough to be caught alone in the woods. As the legend grew, it began to mix with aspects of other creatures, adopting the frame of giants in some incarnations, and the features of animals it had consumed in others. The Wendigo not only represents a conglomeration of stories told for centuries, but even the definitively real horrors of the time, as many believe the Wendigo mythos to be formed from those who went mad after harsh winters would force them to consume their dead or living family. Stories of the Wendigo have pervaded the American myth for centuries, and the impact of this monstrous entity is undoubtedly all too real. There is a reason I named my channel after this creature. Not only did I grow up with the story so it's personal to me, but the story itself represents so much. The sort of dark harbinger it originally presented, to never consume the flesh of another. And in some variations of the tale, it was a warning against things like greed or gluttony. It didn't expressly have to be cannibalism, but ultimately the human condition of needing more. It was a cautionary tale against that. And all of these stories that came out of the time period, men who would eat their family and then say a dark spirit possessed them to do so. There were men who were expressly hired to hunt down and kill these possessed people. And most of the legends around killing them involve either silver or burning the heart of this otherwise cold, dead beast. And then as the story came into the modern age, it mixed with a lot of other cultural beliefs, like how skinwalkers can mimic the voices of their prey, or can put on the skin of things they've killed. This kind of worked its way into the Wendigo mythos. Now, in the modern age, you see like the antler imagery everywhere, and that image of it got popularized in modern horror fiction with stories like Stephen King's Pet Sematary. It is so many different parts of the American mythos all rolled into one. It is as terrifying as it is important, and for those reasons and many more, it is my favorite cryptid. And with that, we have an excellent place to end tier 2. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, the iceberg you saw in part 1 is going to change moving forward. I'll instead be using my own iceberg in the episodes moving forward, and I've already changed this tier 2 to a large degree. And in the end, this is all to hopefully make better videos for you all. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you enjoyed whatever this word vomit was. Thank you for sticking around this long, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I'm really enjoying this series. It feels so good to finally talk about cryptids, something that I've been teasing and wanting to do for a long time. And thank you all so much for sticking around for it. It means the world. Only things I really have to say is, again, this guy, link in the description. Check him out. Available for a very short amount of time, then he's gone forever. Top of the description. Have fun with that if you want. Like I said, the 2 podcast Red Thread, we talked about Goatman. You want to hear more about that? First episode, links in the description. And the first episode of Creepcast, if all goes according to plan, should be up tomorrow. So if you're interested...
Okay, here we go. Everyone is ready. Welcome to Superhero World. Look at this.
Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a new map. New map. New
Yep,
map.
new map, new roles, lots of
New life. New game.
Yeah! 4! That enough to get me in? No, it's not.
Let it be known, Tyler is recovering from COVID.
Guitar lessons!
No, how do you, what? Why didn't you get the comic book? It's literally a fucking superhero map. Oh, no.
Upgrade my
to-
computer.
Upgrade
No.
to a
Fucking
computer for you.
stupid.
Upgrade my laptop.
Nah, dude.
Camp under them stars. Be happy.
Wow, dude. Superhero manager or a gadget engineer?
There's something tells me that these
Superhero
aren't real
manager.
things.
Oh, I'm still here. I'll be a gadget engineer.
Here at the cool special university that you went to, you get to become a gadget engineer. Ooh.
I really hope this isn't. Oh, taxes. Oh no, there's
Could
still
be
a chance
taxes.
for taxes. No, please, please, yes, free
God damn it,
money,
dude.
free money. Ooh, oh, be a gadget engineer with me, Brian. Come on. Don't worry about it.
Taxes.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
God,
What
what's
is
the
it?
point in getting paid?
Yeah, but you get to be a gadget engineer with me, though.
Yeah, but what if I get a salary increase and still I'm going super. I'm going safe. Oh, I have to spin again? What the fuck?
Super flight instructor.
Oh, that sucks.
What are you talking about? You got 2 turns, man.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. Oh, we have a little. Let's have a little fun. Lazy tag. Lazy
tag.
We should make, yo, we should
here, lazy tag.
You guys want to make LinkedIn profiles and put like fake jobs like that?
I win.
I'm a gadget engineer and a science guy.
Oh, you should definitely become a gadget engineer with me, man. It's so much fun. I
Superhero
find shit on
manager.
Alibaba and I fucking sell it to a bunch of Americans.
Exactly. Gadget engineer. All right.
Hey!
Let's make some gadgets together, dude.
Yes, sir.
And my lucky number is fucking 1.
What are these the only 2 options from this stupid school?
Yeah. Yeah. Just go with superhero
Fresh,
manager.
brand new update, dude. Brand new DLC.
What's the star thing? Wait, you get 8.
No, that's where
That
your
means the
lucky number
number.
is. So
Your number
Ah,
will
got
be-
you.
you could pick number 2 and it'd be right next to Tyler's and you can
I'm
steal
gonna be the
all of
superhero
these.
manager, dude.
There it is. Get 'em right next to best friends. Now to land on
Damn it.
5.
Nice, thanks, man.
Welcome.
Damn, Evan gets 50K
You
again.
didn't say that when I got 50K.
What? Dude, this manager
Get a
bullshit.
gigantic super
Kart
TV.
race.
We're gonna
race.
do a super kart race. This fucking shit is exactly what I said it was gonna be. Shit fucking game.
What do you
There's a
mean?
new update, a new map.
You-
Doug was like, you should
you
play Game of Life.
suggested-
There's a new map.
You're the one who
I did
came
not
up with this
suggest
game.
shit. I did not.
Yeah,
No,
you
you're
were the
not.
first. You were the one that made me
Yes,
play this
the first time it was pretty fun. This game was meant to
Yeah.
be played like 1, maybe 2 times total.
Hey, listen, we could spice it up and make LinkedIn profiles. Okay, LinkedIn Premium Career is $29.99 per month.
This man's
Listen.
still
Oh, that's
looking
war.
up
We
the
can cancel it.
LinkedIn
We'll
bit.
cancel it. We'll cancel it after a few months. All right.
You know what, boys? I'm in the mood for a chicken pot pie.
Oh, I hear it's the super
pussy
of superfood.
It's the super pussy.
super
Okay.
high in protein.
Oh, you got me. You got me with that. You got me with that. Oh no! They don't sell chicken pot pie anymore.
Ooh,
What the
they ran out of the
fuck?
super pussy of the superfood.
They don't sell chicken pot pie anymore. You remember the chicken pot pie?
Oh my god!
That's my reaction. That's my reaction, Tyler.
All I roll is a 1, a 2, or a 3.
Please, taxes.
I've moved less than 10 spaces in all my turns, I think.
Oh,
That's
I got a
good,
new
that's
job.
good. Pay
A new
increase.
super job. A new super job.
Wow, we're so glad you didn't get taxes. Oh shit.
Are you still making that LinkedIn account?
Yes, actually.
That's why Evan's gonna be very quiet this
God
video. He's
damn.
focused on making a link.
He's committed to the bid.
Oh my gosh, he's moving so slow.
Ah, spinning, here we go. Look how far behind I am. Wait, look at this. Where I'm at.
You can see the thing spinning at the top too. That was cool, actually.
You can still see the college lecturer gave you your degree.
Wow, 3 spaces.
you
That's
get to roll
exactly
again.
what you needed.
You're good, you're good.
Oh, he's
I think
definitely-
I've stayed single every time I've done this.
Go on, get married. Go on.
No,
But I'm
no.
gonna stick to that path.
Yeah, you lose if
them
you
hoes.
lose if you get married, man.
I'm getting degrees, not
Dude,
pussies.
3.
Let's go.
There's gonna be
Yeah,
like
there's
So
another.
much money. Oh my
Look at that.
There's gonna be
got
like
so much
another
credibility.
another group playing this game that's gonna be like, could we move ahead of you guys? You guys are going a little
Like
slow.
golf?
Yeah.
Might have been played through.
We played through this game of mine.
Ooh, multiverse guardian. Oh, there's no doubt about it. That's me.
The multiverse would last a day. the Loki
I
show
am the
on Disney Plus.
multiverse guardian Leviosa.
How's it going?
50K going
how's it going,
through. Look at the cash I'm getting. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, I tell you what, pay is good. Pay is good. Pay
Holy
is good.
shit!
Pay is good.
Multiverse Guardian.
Yep.
400K in
Yep. 4 again.
some Guardian. There you go.
Ah, that was a trick you did there. I know what you did there. You did a little tap because I was at 4 and the spin was really short. So you want to do a little tap to get a higher number. A little crash. Oh yeah, actually, Tyler, I know you're very excited about this game.
Yeah, I'm paying a lot of close attention. More thinking about this LinkedIn page. 7.
You making one?
No.
Evan got excited there.
Did you get the professional premium package too?
Oh, you can put pronouns, custom pronoun.
Nice, dude. What's yours gonna be?
Super
Oh,
heat.
dude.
Super heat.
Super.
Nah, and
No.
Oh, careful now. Careful. Ah, and no.
yeah.
Oh, Evan just hit a house as
Yes.
well. Oh my gosh, dude. The luck is insane. Oh wait, no. Oh, the houses are shit.
Nah, these are cool. What the hell? Does that one come with a plane? What is that?
It crashed in the front yard. That was one of Brian's
I was gonna say, that's
super
one of
flight
my-
students.
That's one of my students that didn't make the cup.
All right, I'm gonna
Pick
take
it,
that
it's
one.
fucking
It's beautiful.
20K difference.
It's beautiful.
Home sweet home. I'm nearly finished. I'm nearly finished.
Here we go. Anything above a 3.
Number 4. Give him a 4. Give him a 4.
Oh, nice! High number! Yay!
Of course, though, I have to pay someone for it, though.
Nice!
fuck.
And look how far you're gonna move.
If he lands on taxes, I will cat.
He was so stupid. I guarantee
Hey,
you
man,
my
that's
next roll I'm gonna
life.
roll a 1. I guarantee
That's
my next roll is
life.
gonna be a 1, so I don't hit that stop.
Oh, man.
Roll,
that
Evan,
was
you
correct.
super bitch.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
very
2!
good.
Of course, of course, of course. And
No!
Nice, nice. Nice.
And you gotta give it back now. You gotta give it back. You've scammed enough people. All right, spinning, and I don't know what I'm getting, but hey, we'll take it 10, and I'm pretty sure I'm finished now. That was a fun game, guys. That was a fun game.
Oh my god, dude, you're done.
I'm gonna go
That was
off and
fun,
protect
huh,
the
guys?
multiverse while you guys keep playing.
That was
yeah.
fun, huh, guys?
Wait, you're done? Oh my
Oh, yeah,
god.
I'm finished. I'm in my pension, dude. Look at me. I've lived a good long life.
That's a good long life with about 5 turns.
There you go. There you go. Nice. Now
Yeah,
we're
baby.
moving. Now we're moving.
Great.
Let's go. Let's go.
Shit.
Better late than never, guys.
Come on, do I have to go risky? I have to go risky. I'm not playing it boring.
I did. It went great for me.
Don't care. Get the people going. Oh shit.
And that is Texas.
and that is taxes.
correct.
Hero
Taxes.
Academy Headmaster.
Well,
This shit is
Definitely
so
the headmaster.
stupid.
Definitely the headmaster. I can tell you that.
Yeah. What do you mean you can tell me that, motherfucker? You were just at his house. Is that when you learned that he's the headmaster?
what the fuck?
Gay as fuck. Real.
I like how Tom.
Big number. There you go. There you go.
I'm not just gay. I'm super gay.
House!
I'm
House!
super gay.
Yes!
Oh, don't give it to him.
Expensive.
Don't give him an expensive house. Don't give him an expensive. Wow!
Yes, high-tech villa.
Literally gets fucking Iron Man's house.
That's right, motherfucker. I am Iron Man.
Oh shit! Damn, he might actually win. He
Yeah.
might actually win.
Yeah, come on. High-ish number. Oh fuck my tits.
Is that another tax?
Oh my god.
Oh my
This
god!
game's
I'm gonna
rigged.
play it risky. I ain't no bitch.
Yeah.
Flashback
Turns
to
out I
that.
am a bitch.
Oh, look at him!
Oh,
Look
don't worry,
at
I'll
him.
catch up one day, guys. I'm only 2 or 3 fucking stop signs behind.
Oh, I give him a low number. And there it is.
God, it's Evan.
Oh
I'm
yes!
Goddamn
I want to count. Enter count how many times and taxes.
Evan would be bankrupt by the street if I wasn't funding his whole fucking life, dude. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I had over $1 million not 2 turns ago.
Oh shit.
Evan took his happiness and his money. What else is he gonna take, dude? His
I've
virginity?
given Evan all my money.
Oh.
Nobody lands on the one to give me anything.
Oh, he's gonna sell his house now. You only get 1 guess. Okay.
Fine.
0.
It's okay, dude. It's okay. Listen, man, you can't win them all. Okay, which one?
Bucket list. You gotta do bucket
hell?
list
It was,
because
it was just a side savings.
Yeah,
account.
bucket list. You're not gonna win pension.
This
you won't win
looks
good
like a
money.
portal to Pack-a-Punch or something.
It's a butthole.
Come in, just Thanos' butthole. Just don't get a 2.
yeah, you only get a 2. You only get a 2. You didn't get a 2?
Nice. I'm done.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
What is she again? Harmony. Damn, I've already lost count. Oh, shit. Damn, how many summons has it been? Let's go. Well, now I got a builder, which I... Not super. I don't know what she does.
Yo, what's up, guys? Today we're going to be talking about Ruin Me. What's up, guys? Today we're going to be talking about Ruan Mei. So I sort of have a hoarding problem. Whenever I buy a product, I always keep the packaging just in case I have to make a return or sell it. And that's led to me keeping boxes on boxes from tons of years ago. Yes, I do need the box for my Pokewalker, because what if I find it one day and I want to sell it online or something? Well, this extends beyond boxes too, because I also do it in gacha games. And I hope you're all relic hoarders like me, because there's one set that I'm going to mention that nobody has used until now. But first, I'm going to talk about 4-piece Messenger of Hackerspace, which is my preferred set on Ruan Mei, since you usually won't speed tune as specifically in her teams, and the overall increase in speed is helpful. But with that said, many players will struggle to reach the break effect threshold of 180% to get her max damage bonus. So if you struggle with that, you can either run 4-piece or 2-piece Thief of Shooting Meteor for break effect bonus, or you can break open your wallet. The third option is to just not care about sets, and it's what I recommend if you're struggling to hit 180%. Ultimately, Ruan Mei's personal damage on basic attack doesn't really matter, and her speed is somewhat high by default, so you can just focus on any set piece with high break effect substats. As for planar ornaments, most of the time you're going to want to run Talia for some more break effect and thus damage bonus, Penacony for damage bonus and energy regen, Broken Keel for team crit damage, or Fleet for team attack. If you're playing a preservation unit that prevents Ruan Mei from taking hits and thus generating energy, or if you're playing an ice DPS, you want to go with Penacony to guarantee that you can ultimate every 3 turns. The most important thing is to have a 5-star energy regen rope and speed boots with break effect substats. Ruan Mei doesn't actually need to be insanely fast. You just So this is probably going to be the easiest light cone choice of your life, unless you wail, because then for some reason your life and your choices get harder. I don't feel like that's how it should work, but it does with this character. Ruan Mei's light cone is really, really stupid. It's like adding another character to your team. 10 energy per wave isn't a huge deal. Even in Pure Fiction, you only have 3 waves at a time. But what's insane about it is that it's a 24% damage increase for 3 turns whenever you use the Holder's ultimate. And if the user has 150% or more break effect, which your Ruan Mei should, you'll get a skill point back. And if you're using this light cone, Ruan Mei can give a 92% total damage bonus at a time when counting the rest of her kit, which results in such high damage that not even Flex Tape can save your enemies. But the main problem with the light cone is that you can't reliably 3-turn ultimate with it, meaning you won't have nearly 100% uptime on the light cone's effect, and you'll have less time with the resistance penetration from her ultimate. Bringing her light cone to a fight is like bringing a plane to a knife fight. Like, yeah, you'll win, but so will Bush in the following election. That's to say, while her signature light cone is fucking broken, there are free-to-play light cones that are easy to access and can add more value in some situations just due to her getting more ultimate uptime. Those 2 light cones are Memories of the Past, which I would argue is her true best in slot light cone, since it gives 8 energy on her basic attack at S5 and also has a very high break effect stat and meshing cogs, which has the same energy effect at S5, but doesn't have the break effect. But it's a 3-star light cone, so everyone has it and has access to it. If you don't have her signature or Memories of the Past at least S3, you're probably going to want to go with Meshing Cogs S5, just so that we can get the 3-turn ultimate. Also, the energy from these light cones is affected by energy regen stat as well. At the end of the day, you can spend pulls on what you want to, but I had similar success with Ruan Mei on Memories of the Past S5 compared to her signature, despite it being crazy good as a light cone. And with that said, just due to how many enemies are in Pure Fiction, you can probably still 3-turn ult there with her light cone. It just won't work in Memory of Chaos. If you don't have Memories of the Past, her signature light cone could be a pretty good pull. But for free-to-play players, you do have meshing cogs as a super solid option anyways. All of the other Harmony light cones don't even come close to these for their value they can bring to Ruanmei, so I wouldn't bother with anything else. Next up, I'll give you guys some team building tips, and hopefully they'll help you make...
Damn, I don't have a single one, bro.
make the most of your Ruan Mei. I wish she'd hold me like she holds her instrument. Ruan Mei is a very interesting character. She does things in a bit of a different way from all of the other characters that we have, with the exception of Asta, because Asta also increases your whole team's attack and your whole team's speed with her ult. Ruan Mei's abilities all work on all of your characters on your team except for herself with the speed buff, but you know, we don't talk about that. And because of that, she actually enables a different kind of composition that we're not super used to seeing in high-level play. So today I want to show you guys some of those compositions, and then also some just standard compositions that you can run with her as a regular support. These aren't in any particular order or ranking, these are just some teams that I had fun with. So let's get started. This one's called more Jinggun buffs and Caked Up Warp Trotter. Topaz and Numby's release already made Jinggun a better unit. That combined with the follow-up attack relics if you wanted to run 2-piece. Basically, he's had some new opportunities to do more damage, and Topaz and Numby are also characters that are supports, but also deal a ton of damage as hunt characters in single target. Topaz is a very basic attack heavy unit, you don't necessarily have to use her skills, and as a result of that, Jinggun can basically always use his skill. Ruan Mei is an SP positive character, Ho-Ho is an SP negative character, but I mean, that depends on how often you use her healing, because she can actually be an SP positive character if you don't need her healing immediately. So all in all, you shouldn't really have skill point issues with this team, and Ruan Mei is going to buff the damage of Topaz and the damage of Jingyuan, which is going to effectively make your 2 DPS that you have on this team even stronger. And then Ho-Ho also has the attack buffs that you're missing, because Ruan Mei is buffing your damage and also giving you resistance penetration, but you don't really have attack buff, so Ho-Ho is going to also help you with that as well. This is one of my favorite teams that I've run with Ruan Mei, not necessarily because it's the strongest team, but just because it's a team that I found that I can really enjoy. I didn't play a ton of Topaz and Jingyuan until I had Ruan Mei, and now they just feel so much better to play. So speaking of the dual DPS team, now we can run Blade and Jinglu together with even more buffs than before. Blade and Jinglu was actually a combo that has been accessible for a while, but there was only one Bronya. We did have Pela, which could lower everyone's defense, which is super nice, but Ruan Mei's buffs are a little bit stronger than Pela's in most scenarios. Obviously, there's situations where that might not be true, but Ruan Mei giving you up to 68% damage bonus, 25% resistance penetration, and some speed on top of that, and also better break efficiency and all that stuff. Obviously, she's going to be an amazing buffer for both Jinglu and Blade. The damage bonus of both these characters is going to be insane. Jinglu gets a ton of attack on her own, so attack buffs never did too much for her. They did help her. Like, obviously, attack buffs are good. More attack is always going to be good, but what she really wanted was some more damage buffs and some more crit buffs. And Ruan Mei doesn't have the crit buffs, but she does have the damage buffs. And Blade also is HP scaling, so he actually can use damage buffs a lot better than attack buffs as well. We have a lot of attack buffers, but the reason you would play Bronya with Blade is because she had a damage buff, and Ruan Mei has damage buffs, so obviously she's good with Blade as well. You shouldn't have any SP problems with this at all. In fact, you might be overloaded on SP here. You can actually play any healer you want instead of Lucha here, and it should be fine as long as they're not skilling every single turn. I'm just showing you sort of the optimal, and not just Lucha because Lucha's busted. You can also play Ho-Ho here. Now this team is like kind of a dual DPS team, but not like as much. Pure Fiction is a game mode where Erudition excel, and Argenti is one of the few characters that can actually decimate Pure Fiction in a giga-fast manner. So if you're going into Pure Fiction and you have a lot of enemies that are weak to physical, I recommend Argenti and Clara. Ruan Mei can buff both Clara and Argenti, and any hits that you end up taking on Clara are also going to be giga-buffed by Ruan Mei, and then also Ho-Ho as well. Clara, you basically never have to use her skill. You can use her skill, and it can be very strong, but you don't have to. Meanwhile, Argenti wants to use a skill all the time. You can swap out Clara for another character if you wanted to, like Blade. I'm just trying to showcase some different ways you can play different characters. Now onto the single DPS team comps. Jinglu is going to be one of the characters that benefits from Ruan Mei the most. If you play Pela and Ruan Mei both with Penacony, you can get 20% damage bonus on a Jinglu, and then on top of Ruan Mei's normal damage bonus, you're going to have up to an 88% damage bonus on Jinglu, which is going to be absolutely freaking crazy. And also, she's my wife, so I'm giving her more screen time. Again, the healer is just for show. You can play a lot of different characters with this. In fact, you can play a really SP heavy healer if you wanted to, an SP negative healer. Because Pela barely uses her skill, Ruan Mei barely uses her skill. Actually, she's really SP positive. Pela's really SP positive. Jinglu is not super SP heavy, so you can definitely use an SP heavy healer. And then lastly, I wanted to show one with Ruan Mei and Bronya. In the last team that I showed with Pela, some people might be wondering if Bronya's going to be better here. And honestly, it's up in the air. Depends on the content, depends on your build. The amount of damage bonus you're going to get from running Ruan Mei and Bronya together is going to be pretty freaking crazy. And honestly, you can benefit a lot from Defense Shred. But if you want to, hypothetically, you could play Bronya and Blade together. You could play Bronya on Penacony for the 10% damage bonus, then also the 68% damage bonus for Ruan Mei. You're going to have a ton of damage bonus on Blade, and it'll be super helpful. And then also Bronya's going to help Blade move, hurt himself more, etc. That's also part of the point of this team, where every single time Jinglu attacks, Blade's HP is going to get lowered, which is going to help him do more follow-up attacks, and that's part of the reason that team is so strong. This team is functionally similar, where you're going to get more attacks with Blade from Bronya, which means you're going to lower your HP even more. And then obviously Lucha is just there because, you know, Lucha is one of the better characters in the game, but you could replace him with any preservation or abundance character, and that would be fine because Blade is completely self-sustaining. One combo we probably won't see a lot right now, but may see a lot in the future when Dr. Ratio releases is Welt and Ruan Mei. Welt and Ruan Mei work really well together because when Welt is able to break enemies, or when you just get imaginary break in general, enemies get imprisoned, and Ruan Mei can extend that, essentially making it so you can run Welt as a solo preservation. Now, the problem with this is that Welt's ultimate ability doesn't technically count as a weakness break, it's just imprisonment. However, when Ruan Mei actually activates her ice break afterwards, you have the opportunity to imprison them again before they recover and deal some damage to you. This means that if you break them with imaginary and also have Welt's ultimate ready, you essentially have ways to not take damage between Welt and Ruan Mei and then your imaginary carry. The reason I didn't volunteer Dan Heng Il for this is because Welt takes a lot of skill points if you want to really make sure you can loop his ultimate, but the other way to play Welt is to just spam his basic attack and make him really, really fast. Now, I'm not talking about 134 speed, I'm talking about like 151 plus, 170, 200, 5,000, a billion. Give him as many speed points as you possibly can, because that will make it so he can get his ult back consistently while using his basic attack and hopefully not eat all your skill points. So that way you could actually play him with Dan Heng. But yeah, I anticipate with Dr. Ratio, Ruan Mei, and Welt together together, especially because Ratio works with debuffs and Welt has a bunch of debuffs, you should be able to prevent enemies from attacking you for basically the whole fight. 1 or 2 attacks might slip through, but as long as they're not all the same person, this synergy will work really, really well. One last thing that I didn't really go over is the possibility for Kafka teams to be buffed. Now, I haven't seen math actually run on this, and honestly, I don't play a lot of Kafka teams typically, so I don't think I'm the best person to consult on this. But with Runmei giving damage bonus and resistance penetration, it will mathematically buff dot characters, including Kafka and Guanaifen. Now, you might be wondering why I picked Guanaifen. It's because I'm in love with her. Now, one thing I did want to talk about was, fuck, how do you say her name? I feel like her name is Juyi? I'm gonna call her Twitter. Playing Twitter and Ruan Mei together is a bit of an interesting functionality. Basically, Ruan Mei extends break and does extra break damage, and Twitter is able to break anyone with any weakness, regardless of whether they're quantum or not. That's just with her ultimate. And the more you can break enemies, the more stacks towards her follow-up attack she can get. But the problem with Twitter and Ruan Mei is that Twitter's damage is not super stellar on its own. It's alright. It's pretty good. But part of her strength comes from being able to break anyone of any weakness, and what that usually means is that when you break with her, a lot of her damage comes from that break, from that quantum. Well, Ruan Mei extending that means that they're not going to get their toughness bars back as fast, which means that her ultimate's not going to really get any value if you shoot it at someone that's already broken, because it was extended by Ruan Mei, which means that in a way, she's sort of anti-synergistic, even though her entire kit focuses on break and break effect. But she also has a weird synergy where if your entire point is to try to keep them from attacking, she can also work. One thing I'm experimenting on with Twitter here is running her to dual DPS comp with no healer or preservation, and the concept of keeping everyone broken forever. But I don't anticipate that it's going to go very well. We may need some more units for that. All in all, Ruan Mei can really just be slotted anywhere. Most places that Bronya can be played, Ruan Mei can also be played, except Ruan Mei is an SP positive version of that. She's a very powerful character and can fit into basically every team, but I did want to showcase some of the stronger teams that I tried out. And again, just to reiterate, any of the healing characters that you saw can be replaced with basically any other healers, except in teams where they are very SP negative and you need a fast ultra to just never use the skill button on. Next up, let's talk about whale shit. Let's talk about the poop that comes out of that. Never mind, cut that out. Okay, so let's talk about these Eidolons because the whole
Ruan Mei is officially here, and she is insane. So she's our newest 5-star Harmony character, and her kit is unfathomably loaded. She's able to increase your teammates' speed, their damage, their all-type resistance penetration, and most importantly, allow them to break the enemy's toughness a lot quicker thanks to her providing weakness break efficiency to the party, which is completely different from break effect and has only been something obtainable within the simulated universe, but is finally being added to Honkai Star Rail to Ruan Mei's kit. She's literally so stacked that she may even be comparable to Bronya, but I'll leave that up for you all to decide during this guide video. This video will be divided into different sections where we cover her best light cones, traces, relics, eidolons, and even team comps. So make sure to subscribe as we will be continuously releasing new guide videos for all future characters to be released. Alright, so kicking things off with the light cones, we have of course her signature 5-star, past, self, and future. If you're honestly thinking about pushing out extra stellar jades, this is a phenomenal option because at only S1, it's able to increase the wearer's break effect by 60%. That's a third of what you need. You'll end up wanting at least 180% break effect minimum when building Ruan Mei, and we'll explain that in just a moment once we get over to the traces. This light cone also allows you to increase all allies' damage by 24%, lasting 3 whole turns, which is quite a long time. And if you're able to get above 150% break effect, which should be easily able to do, you're also able to recover 1 skill point. And if that wasn't enough, each wave will give 10 energy to all allies. Like, holy, 4 different benefits all jammed into 1 light cone. It's insane, dude. Next up, there's always a tried and true Harmony light cone option, which is Bronya's. Energy regen increased, skill point recovery acquired, and increasing damage for the next ally taking action after you use your skill. Now, do keep in mind, it may seem kind of meh because you'll need to speed tune your Ruan Mei to make sure your DPS is going after her, and you're only going to be using Ruan Mei's skill every, like, 3 or 4 turns anyways, because your rotation is going to be E into auto attack, auto attack, auto attack into your E. So, take that what you will. Personally, after the signature 5-star light cone, I'd recommend Memories of the Past as a free-to-play option. You're increasing your break effect to almost 60% at S5, 56%, which is a third of what you'll end up needing, while also gaining energy whenever you attack, making it a perfect light cone for you to try and keep your ult up as frequently as possible. And even if you have no refinements for this light cone, you're still receiving a generous 28% break effect and 4 energy per hit, so I'd say it's better than nothing. This is definitely going to be the best free-to-play option, 4-star in my opinion. Last up, if you don't have any of those options that we just listed, I'd recommend Meshing Cogs if you have no available other options. Super easy to get it to S5 because it is a 3-star, and it's practically the same as Memories of the Past in terms of flavor text. The only difference is you're not getting break effect, but you are still receiving that 8 extra energy for your ultimate whenever you attack, or if you end up getting hit. Okay, jumping over the traces, I want to go over which ones I think you should prioritize first. Starting with the skill, which you'll basically be keeping up indefinitely anyways, it's a buff called Overtone, which when active, all allies' damage will be increased by a certain percentage, depending on your trace level, along with weakness break efficiency by 50%. Again, just a reminder, this is completely different than break effect, and if you guys have played Simulated Universe, weakness break efficiency allows you to break an enemy's toughness bar with fewer attacks. So for example, say it took you like 5 attacks to break the enemy's toughness, now it may only take like 3 of those same attacks because of the weakness break efficiency Ruan Mei is providing you. Really good. After her skill ability, and these two can go hand in hand depending on you, I focus either on the talent or her ultimate. So her ultimate deploys a field for 2 turns that increases all allies, all types res penetration by a certain percentage. It also applies something called Thanatoplum Rebloom to enemies when an ally attacks them. And Thanatoplum Rebloom basically just extends the enemy's weakness break whenever they try to recover, and delaying their action based off of Ruan Mei's break effect. They also can't have this effect reapplied until they have fully recovered from this weakness break. So to put it into simpler terms here, Ruan Mei ults, an ally breaks the enemy's toughness bar, which applies Thanatoplum Rebloom on them. There's also an indicator above their head just to let you know, make it a little bit easier. And then the moment it's the enemy's turn to wake up, boom, they can't and pretty much get reset. So this is basically good at keeping enemies down so you can dish out more damage, especially if you're going up against an enemy like the Arumaton. God, I freaking hate those guys, right? God. Next up, we have her talent, which essentially stays up indefinitely. So Ruan Mei's talent provides speed buffs to all allies except for herself, and whenever an ally breaks an enemy's weakness, Ruan Mei deals damage based off of a certain percentage of her ice break damage, aka her break effect. I was able to get around 15 to 21,000 damage with Ruan Mei when I'm sitting around 180% break effect. So I'd say it's pretty good. If you want to go like a full break effect build, talking like Thief and Talia, you might be able to do a little bit more, but we'll get into the relics and my recommendations in just a moment here. And also speaking about the magical number 180 for that break effect, we're going to move over to her first bonus ability and the best bonus ability in my opinion, Candle Lights on Still Waters, which allows you to increase all allies' damage by 6% up to a maximum of 36% for every 10% of Ruan Mei's break effect that exceeds 120%. Basically, this means the cap is 180% break effect to receive the full 36% buff. And as long as you're keeping your skill up indefinitely, which should be easy to do, and you should be doing this, this is just more damage for your DPS, which will go a long way. So definitely the greatest bonus ability I've seen. Definitely try and hit that 180% break effect threshold if you guys are able to do that. Her other bonus abilities allow her to regenerate energy at the start of her turn and also increases break effect by 20% for all allies. Basically means more damage depending on your character type, for your DPS type, I guess, right? Character type. So for example, for physical, this means more bleed damage when you're breaking the enemy, and for quantum, it means more entanglement damage as well. So do keep those in mind. They are different. As for all these extra stat bonuses you see here, make sure you guys are unlocking all these speed and break effect stats. You can also gain these defense ones if you need more survivability, but you're essentially able to get up to a total of 5 speed and 32% break effect by just these little stat. That's definitely going to help out a lot when you're trying to reach that 180% threshold, like I've mentioned before. And lastly, her technique sets up her skill without consuming any skill points when entering battle. So it's basically a free skill on that. And in the simulated universe, with her technique active and active characters, when attacking an enemy, they'll just completely regard the weakness type and still leave a dent into their toughness bar, or hell, maybe even break them altogether. So this is essentially like using Silverwolf's technique, but better in my opinion, because once you have Ruan Mei's technique active, and you say, for example, you're using Dan Heng Ayal to attack an enemy who's not necessarily weak to imaginary, you get to actually break them anyways. It's really good if you're farming Simulated Universe, in my opinion. Just power creeping SW out here for that regard, right? Okay, now we've made it to the relics. I'm gonna throw out a lot of options, and these builds will change personally for you depending on how much break effect you'll need to obtain. Keep in mind, once again, you need 180% break effect, and your traces provide 32% of it. And depending on your light cone, you can get anywhere between 28% up to 60%, depending on what you're running. So my ideal build for Ruan Mei is going to be a 4-piece messenger speed set, which increases my own speed as well as allies whenever I'm using my ultimate, and then a 2-piece broken keel for effect res, aka more survivability, while also simultaneously giving all my allies 10% more crit damage. With this build, and if you take a look at my stats, I was able to achieve that 180% break effect threshold, my 30% effect res threshold for broken keel, and Scrape will have a whopping 153 speed to boot while running the Memories of Past 4-star light cone. It is S5, but yes. Now jumping in, the main stats for each artifact will be HP for the head, attack for the hands, defense or HP in my opinion for the body piece so you can get more survivability, and speed for the boots. HP or defense for the sphere as well, and energy regen for the rope. And the reason why I chose energy regen for the rope and not break effect here is because you're able to get break effect as substats, but you cannot get energy regen. Energy regen is a rare gem, so I'd always recommend this for especially your support characters. If you are desperate and trying to get more break effect, we're gonna get into that in just a moment. But for the substats here, I'd prioritize break effect into speed, into survivability like HP or defense, and then effect res, especially if you're running broken keel. You want to try and make sure you get that 30% threshold met so you can give all your allies 10% more crit damage. Now, if you are struggling to hit your 180% mark, then you can always substitute and run a 2-piece speed set into a 2-piece thief set. Thief set will basically provide you 16% more break effect. So there you go. Still having difficulties? Then you can always swap out for Talia, Kingdom of Banditry, over Broken Keel to provide you with a whopping 36% break effect as long as you are reaching that 145 speed, which should be easy to do. And if you're absolutely desperate, then you can always just run a 4-piece thief set, realistically speaking here, which will provide you with another additional, I believe it is 16%, right? Another additional 16%. In all honesty, either running a 4-piece messenger, a 4-piece thief, a 2-piece messenger, and a 2-piece thief, Broken Keel, Talia, or even Penacony, because if you guys remember, Penacony was one of the newest ones we got, energy regen and increasing damage for all other allies if they're the same type. So if you're running another Ice DPS for your Ruan Mei, you could also pick this as a solid option. All of these that I just listed, in my opinion, are good, and it's going to be up to you to decide which one you'd like to run on your team and which one you'd like to run for your Ruan Mei, depending on your stats accordingly, and if you're hitting those thresholds for the relics, and especially the 180% break effect. On to the Eidolons now for all my whale watchers out there. I don't actually know if we have any whale watchers or not. If you're a whale, leave a whale emoji in the comment section below. I'd love to see it. Starting at E1, whenever her ultimate field is active, the damage dealt by all allies ignores 20% of the target's defense. Now, this is honestly huge, and part of the reason why everyone loves that Quantum Artifact set so much, right? They're practically running it on every freaking character. If you were to try and fish for Eidolons, I definitely say E1 is a good enough stopping point, in my opinion. Moving on to E2 here, while Ruan Mei is on the field, all allies will increase their attack by 40% when dealing damage to enemies with weakness break. I feel 70% of the time the enemy will have their weakness broken, especially because Ruan Mei is providing weakness break efficiency and delaying the enemy from recovering. So this is definitely a big Eidolon as well if you wanted to try and push for that. E4 gives Ruan Mei an extra 100% break effect when the enemy target's weakness is broken. Fair, good enough. And E6 extends the duration of the ultimate's field by an extra turn, so you go from, what, 2 to 3. Not bad. While simultaneously increasing the talent's break damage multiplier by 200%. Also, not bad. All right, so team comps in question. Honestly, Ruan Mei is such a stacked Harmony character that you can genuinely run her in any team comp and mix and match her relics to cater to whichever team you're running her in. Jingliu DPS, for example, you can run Jingliu, Ruan Mei, Hela, and a sustain character. Kafka with Ruan Mei, go for it. Hell, even Su Sheng with Ruan Mei. Su Sheng was already great at breaking the enemy's toughness due to her multiple attacks, but now with Ruan Mei, it sounds even better, right? Ruan Mei, Su Sheng, Anya, sustain, yeah? The options in the list is honestly endless. She's a phenomenal Harmony character. You could literally throw her in any team comp and just mix and match all of your relics accordingly for whatever team comp you're running her in. All right, so the biggest question, would I pull? And now this is going to be a big, absolutely coming from me. Out of everyone I've spoken to and seen play Simulated Universe, we all collectively agree that that weakness break efficiency card is easily top 3 to always take if you ever see it. And now Honkai Star Rail has a character that provides it outside of Sim Universe? Hell yeah, we take that, all right? We roll for that. Ruan Mei, in my opinion, will be such a great future-proof character that will amplify any team comp you throw her in. Definitely a great investment pick as well for anyone who's still on the fence about her and if you're free to play. But that's pretty much all I have to say about Ruan Mei. Wait, did that rhyme? Say, Mei? Anyways, feel free to leave
Hey, Ruan Goba here. A 5-star limited harmony has finally hit Star Rail and she is incredible. Permanent damage percent higher than Bronya's to the whole team. A Nihility-esque buff which is insanely strong, incredible self-damage from a harmony of all things, and more all packed into one beautiful unit. She isn't perfect everywhere though, and I will be explaining why. But today I'll go through Ruame's kit and how it works since it is a wall of text, all extra mechanics you need to know, then her best relics and lycons, including her signature, along with endgame stat goals. I'll talk about her speed, important energy rotations, pros and cons, and synergies and teams. So like and sub if this helped, let me know if you're pulling, and let's begin. Ruame is a 5-star limited ice unit following the Harmony path, our path dedicated to buffing allies damage, and she does that quite well. At level 80, her base HP is 1086, her base attack is a weirdly high 659, and she has a base defense of 485. She has a base speed of 104 alongside some speed traces, and an energy cost of 130. For trace priority, you really want to level up everything except basics, prioritizing your skill and ultimate first. So onto her abilities. Her basics are nothing important, so onto her skill. String Sings Slow Spoils. After using it, she will gain Overtone for 3 turns, decreasing at the start of her turns. When it is up, all allies gain a universal damage percent buff and a 50% weakness break efficiency buff. The damage percent boost is 32% at level 10 and can go up to 68% after unlocking and maxing out her Ascension 6 passive. 68% damage to all allies permanently is pretty damn insane, and the weakness break efficiency is amazing too. It means all toughness damage is multiplied by 1.5, meaning you break 1.5 times as fast. This is excellent for break-oriented units such as Himiko, Sushan, and the new Shui. We will see though that it might not be as good as you think. Ruame's ultimate, Petals to Stream, Repose in Dream, has a cost of 130 energy and will deploy a field for 2 turns, also decreasing at the start of her turns. I will note here that making her super slow to abuse field duration, like Warhol and the Watcher, has never been worth it, since cycling ultimates is more important. When this field is up, all allies gain a res pen increase and their attacks will apply Fernato Plum Rebloom, which we will just call an ultimate mark. At level 10 this is a 25% res pen buff, which with res pen and reduction being so rare, is most of the time a 25% DPS increase for all allies. Again, this is insane. It's a separate multiplier to your attack, your crit, damage percent, and even death shred, so this is amazing for boosting damage. It will also be buffing both base kit damage and any break damage, which can't easily be buffed, and this works out perfectly since Ruame will be doing a bunch of break damage of her own. This 25% res pen mitigates most enemies' innate damage resistance versus non-weak elements, barring some bosses, meaning you're doing as much damage as a matching element DPS would do, or more, minus the breaks. As for the ultimate mark, this is a debuff, and it stays on the enemy permanently until it is activated. When the enemy with said debuff tries to recover from weakness break, it will instead be delayed, and receive some break damage from Ruame. The delay is 46% at Ruame's ideal break effect stat line. This break damage is calculated as normal, and then multiplied by the ultimate's break damage multiplier. So on these ultimate mark damage procs, you can expect to see 2k to 8k damage when the enemy tries to recover from weakness break. The delay enemies receive scales on her break effect and acts like a freeze delay, which means the enemy will take their action, consume a ton of debuffs, and then be delayed. This is massive for dot playstyles, but kind of annoying for debuffers. This means the enemy will take the dot damage, be delayed, and then take it again very soon, rather than taking the dot damage as usual and waiting a whole nother turn. This basically speeds up the dot damage process and makes damage over time less over time. Alongside detonations, you're going to have a lot of damage procs. It will consume a ton of debuffs though, but Ruame is skill point positive, allowing for dot sub DPS like Renifon or Sampo to easily use their skill and keep dot uptime at 100%. This delay can also act as a semi-sustainability, since delayed enemies on top of weakness break is a ton of delay, and if the enemies are not taking action or dead from your massive buffs, well, who needed that healer anyway? Ruame's talent, Somatopical Helix, will increase all allies' speed except herself by a percentage, and this is just by having her in the team, which is amazing. Then, when an ally breaks an enemy's weakness, Ruame will do some more ice break damage of her own at a much stronger multiplier than her ultimate marks. You can expect 5k break rocks on squishies, which should hopefully kill them, and up to 20k and higher on bosses. My only problem with this is it can actually steal kill credit if you kill and break at the same time. This is great for her ult uptime for free 10 energy procs, but not great if you rely on kill energy on your DPS, and not great if you rely on on-kill effects, like Zelios Resurgence, which won't be activating since Ruame's break proc will steal it. Maybe this will be fixed, or maybe this is just a balancing thing. Finally, her technique is a very interesting one. She will gain Silken Serenade and automatically trigger her skill at the start of the next battle without consuming a skill point, for a free skill buff and a free 30 energy, and for your ultimate on the first turn in Memory of Chaos with an energy rope. Then in Simulated Universe, this Silken Serenade basically makes anyone on your team attacking enemies ignore weaknesses, reduce all toughness, and this toughness damage is increased by 100% for each blessing you have. So pretty much, you will just be breaking every toughness bar when you enter with this technique. Then if you do break, every enemy broken receives 100% of Ruame's ice break damage, multiplied by your number of blessings. So when you see yourself one-shotting the first stage of the Ebondir boss fight, you now know why. For Traces, her first Ascension passive will grant 20% break effect to all allies including herself, break buff for personal damage and stat requirements, and any break DPS in the team. Her second Ascension passive grants her 5 energy at the start of her turn. Nearly every Harmony gets an energy trace, and this is mandatory for her rotations. Her final passive is Immense, granting an additional 6% damage increase during her skilled skill duration for every 10% of break effect she has above 120%. This stacks up to 36% damage. This basically means you want to hit 180% break effect for a total skill buff of 68% damage. If you don't have the subs though, you don't need to sacrifice everything for that final 10%, as it's just 6% damage, and she only needs to build 160% break effect anyway due to her first Ascension passive. She gains 37.3% break effect, 22.5% defense, and 5 speed in Traces, which is pretty much perfect. Onto Eidolons real quick, and the first one is a banger. When her ultimate field is up at E1, all damage dealt by allies will ignore 20% of the enemy's defense. Ignoring 20% of the enemy's defense is an 11.7% DPS increase to your damage, so to all allies, and this will be buffing their damage, their break damage, and Ruame's own break damage, and this scales if you have additional sources of def ignore or reduction, another unique buff to add to Ruame's collection. Her E2 gives a 40% attack buff to any ally that hits a weakness broken enemy, another unique buff to her assortment of buffs. This ranges from good to great depending on your DPS and how much attack percent they have, and it will be applied before they do damage. Her E4 gives Ruame a 3-turn 100% break effect buff when an enemy's weakness is broken, allowing for much lower stat requirements. But since she isn't going to be doing massive basic attack damage anytime soon, this just bumps you up to 280% break effect, where alongside E1 and E3, you'll be doing some substantial break damage. Her E6 makes her ultimate duration last 1 extra turn for now 3 turns, allowing for a permanent ult up time at a 3-turn rotation. It also increases her break damage multiplier on her talent, and along with all previous Eidolons, you can make Ruame hit for over 100k break damage procs when allies break enemy weaknesses. Onto relics, you ideally want the Hacker Speed's 4-piece at maximum investment just for that utility. You want a 2-Hacker 2-Thief combo at good investment, and a Thief 4-piece at minimum investment. 2-Hacker 2-Thief is probably the safest bet. For plain ornaments, you'll either want to go Talia for the break effect stats, or Von Whack or Penacony for the 5% energy and or other utility. If you run a rotation that doesn't need the 5% energy, like a 4-turn rotation, and you have enough break effect in stats, then Kill or Fleet is fine as always. For main stats, opt for HP percent or Def percent body, Speed Boots, Def percent or HP percent orb, and an energy rope. You won't go Break Rope, the extra stats and break effect that you can get in subs isn't worth losing out on energy ever. And no, Ice Damage percent orb will not give her more break damage, it does not scale with damage percent. For an endgame stat goal, we want to hit 3.5k HP, 1.2k defense, 160% break effect, and speed is variable to what you want, but you can hit 140 from Hacker 2-piece, her Traces, and Speed Boots alone. On the topic of speed, being fast for supports is pretty much always good, and being very slow is just a waste, just like on Huohuo and Luocha. Yes, you technically have a longer field duration, but her skill is permanent anyway, and her ult is the only one you could abuse. At 109 speed Ruame, which is her standard speed pre-relics, following my Team Noon sheet, your DPS would need 163.5 speed to go 3 times at the same time she goes twice. You're not doing that without making sacrifices that aren't worth it unless you use Hanyu specifically, and it's still not worth them. Since you're also using her ult for the DPS's burst rotation, I doubt that additional turn with a 25% res pen on a weak part of their damage is worth a Ruame that needs 2 cycles to get her ultimate back, and you also lose out a ton of skill points from her for your team. Finally, you want to be first if you want to ult before your DPS's first turn and the first turn of Memory of Chaos. If you do want to go slow, the only way you would do so is by abusing Von Whack. It lets you have a better first wave of Memory of Chaos at the sacrifice of your second wave's first turn. Von Whack at 120 speed Ruame means a DPS of at least 130 speed can have 3 turns of her ultimate uptime on the first wave. The way it works is Von Whack will push her ahead of the team, and with her technique, she can ult on her first turn. Being 120 speed with her speed buff benefiting allies and not herself means she will drop down in action order, and thus her ultimate will tick down after 3 whole DPS worth of turns. You will then have a slow Ruame, which means no buff on your first turn of the second wave though, so it's compromise and I don't think it's worth it. Onto Lycones. She only really can choose between her signature, Memories of the Past, and Cogs S5. Let's talk about her signature. First, you get a flat 60% break effect, which is higher than what Memories of the Past gives at S5. Then upon ulting, a team-wide 3-turn 24% damage buff, which is pretty decent, having a 3 out of 4 turn uptime for Ruame, with perma uptime if you can drop to a 3-turn rotation with her signature. During the ultimate, if the wearer has above 150% break effect, which we will be aiming for, then you also gain a skill point. Finally, at the start of each wave, all allies regenerate 10 energy. This energy is kind of weird and not easy to plan around, and is more of a nice bonus. The energy is worse than Cogs and won't let you 3-turn ult, needing 2 waves to reach this. It is, however, very good for utility in general, makes her fully skill point positive, grants easy build access, and is just very comfy for the team. Memories of the Past S5 would be on par with it, allowing for a shorter rotation, but less damage percent and team utility. Cogs is there if you have amazing break effect investment but don't have S5 memories. It might even be worth out losing on the guaranteed 3-turn ult from S5 cogs if you really need the break effect stats from the lowest superimposition memories. Raw Mace Signature could be used on other harmonies but requires like 16 subs of break effect for that skill point, and cogs is always going to be better for energy for those harmonies. So speaking of energy, let's see those rotations before pros and cons. Without cogs or memories, you'll have a 4-turn rotation with any Lycone with an energy rope. To achieve a 3-turn rotation with her signature, you'd need S5 of her signature and a new wave, or S1 and 2 new waves, which is very hard to achieve, and there aren't even 2 bonus waves in Memory of Chaos. On a 4-turn rotation, you adopt a skill basic rotation constantly, like Huohuo and Fu Xuan. For the 3-turn rotation, it works just like Ting Yun, and you go cogs or memories S5, skill basic with an energy rope, and a 5% energy planar set, which is Penacony or Von Whack. Onto pros and cons. For pros, we have our biggest team-wide damage buffs. For 2 DPS comps, she reigns supreme, and even for a singular hyper carry, her power is immense. Only Bronya can possibly beat her in 2 DPS. We also have buffs being based on her own turns. Her skill will be up permanently, but that ultimate can be abused by extra turns and action advances. It's such a good pro that I'll repeat it by saying DPS that can't abuse the 1-turn buffs of Bronya, Re-E6, will love Ruan Mei, as you get the full damage % power minus the action advance. Solo damage is another pro. She hits very hard despite being a harmony that also buffs your team like crazy. You'll be surprised how many times enemies just explode and disappear upon being broken. We also have unique mechanics. The delay from her ultimate's marks is completely unique to her kit, and will allow for some great things for dot teams as well as no sustained teams. Weakness break efficiency is an awesome buff to have too, and at 50% will help immensely. Finally, her technique makes Simulated Universe runs out blast in terms of fun and speed. For cons, we have her kill or energy credit stealing. It may benefit her if you can abuse it and get 3-turn ults without cogs or memories, but in autoplay and in general, it's not consistent at all. And losing energy on your DPS is a bit of a shame, and the anti-synergy with on-kill effects sucks. We also have anti-synergy with debuffs. If they can keep the uptime, it's great, but there are some debuffers, like Pella and Silverwolf, who against fast enemies won't be able to keep 100% debuff uptime. The only way Silverwolf can keep her normal uptime, even with tutorial Lycone, is to break the enemy herself on a break build. Ruan Mei might also have a problem where her delay overshadows her break efficiency for DPS that want to break consistently, like Himiko and Shui Yi. For squishy enemies it's whatever, but for bosses this hurts those DPSs. I don't really find other cons though. She is kinda amazing apart from these slight issues. So onto synergies. She synergizes with every dual DPS setup in the game and should be the best in slot buffer in most of them, with Bronya being best otherwise. This can be Jinyuan Topaz, Jingliu Blade, Himiko Herta, a Quantum DPS and Shui Yi, Kafka and Dot sub DPS. There are so many new possibilities with her in the team buffing by so much. Here are some team simulations done by the amazing Hunter Key, where Ruan Mei outshines other supports in dual DPS setups, like where she's an insane upgrade to Asta in dual Dot, and even an upgrade to triple Dot over that third Dot unit, whilst not being as hard to pilot or squishy, since triple Dot is very easy to die with most sustain. She will upgrade the team and make it safer with her delays. Her damage % is amazing for dot teams since they stack so much attack % already, and her innate speed and res pin buffs are perfectly designed for their kits that scale on detonations, and those that have great break damage as well. The ultimate delays aren't even a problem, they're a bonus, as they will
Member 4, Poka Kakamon, had gotten rid of most of the society members. I didn't have a lot of hope for this. You're back! Of course! This is a summit between 3 geniuses.
It's a special time. Madame Ruan Mei doesn't...
I took her to see the poor... I don't get it.
I heard Miss Ruan Mei
Well, that's like asking, is Herta a great person?
Miss Ruan Mei is the very image of a scholar. I heard she once took a little bit...
She just wanted some... Anyway...
I'm not sure. didn't startle. This is a work habit of mine. Such is the basis of deconstruction and reconstruction. Do not be concerned. You are very healthy. In fact, impeccably so. Oh, really?
There's a 37-mile-per-hour chase.
That they are driving through.
This isn't even a chase.
Is a very dangerous
There's just two people going in the same direction in a commute home from work.
These officers tracking this individual.
Oh, it's in live? Oh. Oh, I forgot there's a different section for this now.
On Altadena Drive.
A lot of tree coverage here. This is the wrong one again? How many police chases happened today? Holy fuck, look at the amount of police cars in this one. What is that wanted level? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, you look at those from going any farther.
LA's turned into GTA. Bro, these police chases are so common now. It is actually nuts. I wonder if it was always like that.
There he goes again. He's picking up speed now. This is the quickest we've seen him.
That was the slowest acceleration of all time. What is that, 0 to 60 in 5 minutes? He's like, oh, well, I'm just gonna, I'll give it a try.
He's picking up speed now. This is the quickest we've seen him since that standoff first started. And this is close to the 60. There's a deputy vehicle. They're holding off traffic.
What in tarnation?
Easy to set it up in this scenario. This is a pursuit again, everybody. You're watching it live here on Fox 11.
What's going on?
But remember, the next time something like this happens, it's crucial to mask it. You'll be
This is... They had the whole department here. Wait, what? They have to be doing this for like farming ad revenue off YouTube. How? There's like 80 police officers here. They even come up to the window.
That they're done with this. The LA County Sheriff's Department is going.
How does he get out of this?
Sort of device that looks like a spike strip.
They're staring at him.
The back vehicles, and there they go.
And then he stops again. Okay.
Cat and mouse continues. Mental stability, yes.
There's so many officers. And he slowly just gets away.
And they won't give up. Still the
It's like the turtle in the hair, I guess.
cell phone, something. There he goes again. Okay. It looks like a male there.
Bye-bye.
He's picking up speed now. This is the quickest.
He's still at the speed
since
limit.
that standoff first started.
This isn't high speed
And
yet.
This is close to the 60. There's the deputy vehicle there. Fox 11. Unclear of the
Bang! Threading the needle.
See? Right through there. And it's on. You can see a night sun there, so that obviously
Jesus Christ.
helicopter there.
This is one of the goofier ones. They had this guy, like, kaput. Okay, there's no way he gets away again.
Stopping randomly in an intersection here.
Well, it looks like he does somehow get out.
We've seen situations where trunks have opened.
He's literally like filming a TikTok right now.
Be in the back of it. And they had on again. Here we go.
Where does he just decide to slow down sometimes and then wait?
Let's see what kind of control this driver has.
I think the officers were just bored. They just wanted something to do. Like, you can just keep going. This is better than what we were doing at the office anyway. Okay, that was a weird one. So which one were you talking about? If that wasn't the one where the guy gets away.
The helicopter above is
good move.
helicopter making the calls, keeping an eye on where this vehicle
Now he's gonna ramp it off of a parked tow truck.
And they really believe
Never to be seen again.
The way these persons are driving, and you see what we're
Man, he
talking
is really
about right
fucking
there.
pumping
Those
dick
were
down
stop
this
signs.
street.
It's
My
a
God.
very residential area, high speeds.
There's so many people. Run, May. But yes, the end result.
What's happening to the sportscaster here? What was that? Indigestion?
Possible that vehicle is still under the
Oh, he actually did the classic movie stunt of going back to the overpass and trying to escape.
Surprisingly, Ventura doesn't look as
home or another place to get out of the vehicle.
Sorry for the
Out
spoiler.
of the vehicle, it's much safer If he can get out of the vehicle, then they can at least take him into custody. Okay, now we're getting off at Lancashire Boulevard. This is in Universal City. This is on the other side. This is on the north side of the pass, but now he is heading, that looks like southbound on Lancashire. Yeah, there's a gas station right there. This is now in Studio City, Amy.
Should be Ventura Boulevard, and again,
That guy's using a turn signal. It's definitely not him.
has Nevada plates. We don't know.
Oh, did he turn around? Oh my God, there's so many options.
There's going to be a lot of congestion in the area here. And as we've been talking, you know, a lot of the people.
This guy's
out
driving
right
like
now,
shit.
they're
It could
out
be
of
this
school,
guy.
They're off work, and this is certainly.
Wait, no, it is
an
actually
area
probably
that
that guy.
Really busy. Surprisingly.
No,
Detroit
probably not
isn't
this one. The other one.
As packed as it often is
Oh
around
fuck!
lunchtime with the
What
lunch.
happened? How did wait? What just happened in there? Like 4 black cars all came out of there, and they all looked like the same make and model of the car. Wait, what the fuck was that? Was this rehearsed? Did he call in reinforcements like, boys? I need five black Camrys parked under this overpass. Stat. I need to blend in like Assassin's Creed. Mirage alt. Chiru. Okay, so that's definitely him. And then here, what are the odds? Look at this. So this is not him, but it's like the exact same car. Okay, interesting.
The north side of the pass, but now he is heading, that looks like southbound on Lancashire. Yeah, there's a gas station right there.
Another one?
This is now in Studio City, Amy.
Oh, man.
Boulevard, and again, you were mentioning, Mark, that these.
He just got a crazy lucky break in there.
Nevada place. We don't know if this person is right now.
I really think it's this guy, though.
And,
The guy grinding the line there, debating on whether or not to make some crazy moves. I really think that was the one. I think that was your boy.
As packed as it often.
LAPD units coming up off the
Damn, holy shit. Wait, he actually did just escape.
Still under the overpass, but Sky 2 did
It's not under the overpass, I'll tell you right now. Or under the overpass.
Vehicles come out the other side of
Oh yeah, he's definitely, like, he's definitely fucked. They got the plates, I'm sure. But this was a... What a stunt here to escape. Let me see.
At least take him into custody. Okay,
Is there
now
anything
we're
like
getting off
identifiable
Lancashire
here?
Boulevard. This is in Universal City.
It's definitely not him using that turn signal. 0% chance.
Nevada place. We don't
It could be this guy. Well, no, actually, I don't think so. That doesn't seem to be a Honda.
know if this person is familiar with the area, but there's going to be a lot of congestion in the area.
I just really think it's this guy because he comes out all like cattywampus. Like he comes out dazed.
Work and this.
Someone in chat had an interesting idea that might be true. He could have gone under here and then cranked a U-turn and then just came out this way driving totally natural. Which I think is possible.
Certainly, this.
Let me see him go in one more time.
Hope this driver to closer, but this.
Yeah, it's definitely got the silver trim. So it wasn't that guy, I was wrong.
He is doing that tactic where they're trying to get the.
Should be Ventura Boulevard, and again.
No, it doesn't look like it has the silver trim.
This car has Nevada plates. We don't know if this person is familiar with the area, but there's going to be a lot of congestion in the area here.
He also had lighter rims. Oh, did he? I didn't even look at that.
A lot of the people out right now.
Not this guy.
They're off work, and this is certainly surprisingly Ventura doesn't.
Oh, wait! It's this guy. Wait, this is absolutely it. Wait, this is him. It was the third guy that came out. Yeah, it's definitely the third guy. This is the same car. Yeah, silver trim. And it even has the lighter stuff you mentioned. No blue on the plate? Did it have blue on the plate going into it? Fuck. Oh my god, what the fuck? Jesus. How many cars... How many of these Hondas were under that under the overpass? Jesus. Yeah, you're right. That's not the same guy. It doesn't have the blue on the plate. How the fuck is that possible? Yeah, man went under there and hit the shadow clone jutsu. Wow. I do think what probably did happen is he went under here, did that U-turn, and then came out like driving natural. And that would also explain why this car comes out like all fucked up. Because he maybe like swerved to get out of the other guy's way, so now he's all like discombobulated. So like right here, he's probably in here with that U-turn now going this way, and he just poops out that way.
They were able to get out of their black car and get into a white Jeep. Right now, we don't know if that driver had someone working with them and picked them up, or if this was a carjacking. We are still waiting on word from officers exactly how the person who was leading them on a pursuit was able to get.
That is so fucking big brain. 100% what must have happened is he made a call while on the interstate. So he kind of phoned it in on the interstate and was like, okay, look, I'm gonna need you to meet me under the overpass at this spot. I'm coming in hot. Like, this is actually some shit out of the Italian Job movie.
The secret of the eons. Not even
Or I guess it's possible that he ditched the car and then stole another one GTA style. Either one is likely. Assuming this is accurate. Though I don't know why they'd lie about him ditching the car.
Member number 64.
Though I guess what... Here's another one. I'm throwing out all possible options. What could have happened is since none of the ground units saw that happen, I'm imagining they're relying on witness testimonies from like pedestrians in the area. Maybe one of them was in on it and they're like, oh yeah, that guy in that black car that was driving recklessly? Oh yeah. He got out into a clown car. A purple clown car. Oh, and they went southbound. Like, it could have just been a lie from the start. Damn, this is actually a pretty wild one. This has so many, like, possible explanations. This was 7 hours ago. Did they ever catch him? I'm imagining not. I'm assuming the car was stolen, so the plates are kind of worthless, would be my guess. Go look for the Jeep in the original stream. Okay, let's see.
Alright.
There's this. I don't think this is a white Jeep pulling in, though. This is coming out. And I don't even think that's a Jeep. Is that a Jeep? I can't tell. It's fucking blurry. It's just like every goddamn car design is like exactly the same nowadays. They're all so uniform. It's so hard to distinguish different makes and models now. That could be fucking anything. That could be a Kia. Like, I mean, that could be literally anything. They hopped in the invisible boatmobile.
It appears I was overthinking.
That'd be huge.
Impulsive
Can you
behavior is
fucking
pretty
imagine?
characteristic of her
They go into the underpass and on the outside is the paddy wagon. Oh man, that'd be a hype chase. They'd probably just like give up on the pursuit right then and there. I feel like he saw his chance and took it. Yeah, he must have. I think what's very possible is like he pulled in the underpass, ditched the car, and then stole another car. Because there was two of them. Like they probably just like fucking rushed another car and took it. Like I don't think they would have been able to plan it that quickly. Like, that would be crazy if they somehow planned it that far in advance. He also had a gun. Yeah, plus he had a gun. He absolutely could have just rushed a car and stolen it. There'd be a lot more commotion. There'd be a lot more commotion if he stole one. Oh, true, yeah. Then the fucking victim of the carjacking would have absolutely just reported it to the police that were not too far behind.
Where the hell are we going?
That's a really good point. Unless he was just like, oh man, my car got stolen.
Where the hell is this place? How big is this space station, bro? That's no moon.
Buzz.
What's up with this unit?
Buzz. Madam Herta. Open zone. High risk zone. Buzz. Permission status. Madam Ron May. Permissions granted. Madam Herta. Class 1. Many esteemed guests. Buzz storage for Madam Herta's Madam Ron May's cook. Welcome. Buzz. Basement 1, basement 2 corridor. Welcome. Madam Alien, that is all.
What do you mean head underground? That's no moon. Oh, there's a hurricane over there.
The kindling for the phase flame is fascinating. The growth status of the juicy rays. Interestingly, they also possess a kind of
movie. Or I guess it's possible that he ditched the car and then stole another one GTA style. Either one is likely. Assuming this is accurate. Though I don't know why they'd lie about him ditching the car. Though I guess what... Here's another one. I'm throwing out all possible options. What could have happened is since none of the ground units saw that happen, I'm imagining they're relying on witness testimonies from like pedestrians in the area. Maybe one of them was in on it and they're like, oh yeah, that guy in that black car that was driving recklessly? Oh yeah. He got out into a clown car. A purple clown car. Oh, and they went southbound. Like it could have just been a lie from the start. Damn, this is actually a pretty wild one. This has so many like possible explanations. This was 7 hours ago. Did they ever catch him? I'm imagining not. I'm assuming the car was stolen, so the plates are kind of worthless would be my guess. Go look for the Jeep in the original stream. Okay, let's see.
All right.
There's this. I don't think this is a white Jeep pulling in, though. This is coming out. And I don't even think that's a Jeep. Is that a Jeep? I can't tell. It's fucking blurry. It's just like every goddamn car design is like exactly the same nowadays. They're all so uniform. It's so hard to distinguish different makes and models now. That could be fucking anything. That could be a Kia. Like, I mean, that could be literally anything. They hopped in the invisible boatmobile. That would be huge. Can you fucking imagine? They go into the underpass and on the outside is the paddy wagon. Oh man, that'd be a hype chase. They'd probably just like give up on the pursuit right then and there. I feel like he saw his chance and took it. Yeah, he must have. I think what's very possible is like he pulled in the underpass, ditched the car, and then stole another car. Because there was two of them. Like they probably just like fucking rushed another car and took it. Like I don't think they would have been able to plan it that quickly. Like that would be crazy if they somehow planned it that far in advance. He also had a gun. Yeah, plus he had a gun. He absolutely could have just rushed the car and stolen it. There'd be a lot more commotion. There'd be a lot more commotion if he stole one. Oh, true. Yeah, then the fucking victim of the carjacking would have absolutely just reported it to the police that were not too far behind. That's a really good point. Unless he was just like, oh man, my car got stolen. I guess I'll just walk home.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the wind.
Converge and awaken.
Here is thunder.
tip in divination.
Damn, someone had to really make that sound.
Show no mercy.
Existence is unity.
Converge and awaken.
The fight is set.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Is there a chance?
Every time you see a robbery in a movie or something, it's always super impressive. They'll have like these incredibly well laid out plans, full-blown Ocean's 11 type shit, where they'll have like a getaway driver, 15 aerospace engineers on standby just in case they need them. They'll have like Jimmy Neutron in the lab cook up some crazy device to break into the big vault for millions of dollars, and it just always seems like, damn, you have to be a galaxy brain, 10-digit IQ mastermind in order to be a professional criminal. But then when you watch like a heist or a robbery in the real world, it's nothing like the movies most of the time. The plans are laid out in crayon 3 seconds before executing them. They're not looking at building blueprints. They turn their brain off and just go fucking wacky. They get Insano style. So, like, they'll just run in there, like, grab, like, 5 things and then just, like, shuffle out the door, and that's the extent of it, and then they get caught 5 minutes later. And today I saw a robbery that I think is probably one of the worst ones ever recorded. It is just, I feel bad for the guy. Like, watching him rob it is agonizing because it's so incredibly slow. This dude robbed a Little Caesars in, like, -5 times speed. I felt like I was watching an NFL replay while watching this man try and rob the cash register. They filmed him for over 1 minute and 30 seconds. He just sat there trying to rob them. At first glance, I thought this was Pay Money Wubby robbing the place, and I thought to myself, God damn, he is really doing everything he can to get to the bottom of his turd kebab mystery. But then I realized that this is just like a generic default character in GTA Online. This was just like a preset. This guy's coming in here, not even trying to disguise himself. Like, he didn't even bother to cover his face. He put on sunglasses, but they're too loose and they keep falling off. It's a disaster. It's like robbery ASMR. He's not talking, the employees are just kind of making fun of him. It's just like they're roasting him. It's just, no one's taking him seriously. It's so unbelievably goofy. And the thought process here, to rob a Little Caesars, bro, the pizzas are $5. How much money do you possibly think you can get from the cash register? He was better off just taking the whole register and trying to sell that. He would have made more money that way. He's going through this whole song and dance prying open the cash register, but he probably would have made more money just standing outside making balloon animals for people that came into the Little Caesars. He would have got more in tips than he did out of this register. It is $5 pizzas. I don't know what he was expecting. He hasn't exactly hit fucking Fort Knox here. It's Little Caesars. $5 pies. Like, I think he maybe got $20. Maybe. I absolutely love that response from the employees. No, I just work here. Like, I'm not gonna risk my life. I'm not gonna beat this man's ass and risk, you know, getting myself in trouble for the sake of saving $60 for Little Caesars. I don't care that much. I'm not paid to be like a fucking Little Caesars gladiator and fight for Little Caesars honor. You know, that's the right way of handling things. Just the employees like, hey, all right, you're robbing it? okay, I'm not gonna stop you, I'll just call the police, which they do. And then they just sit here and record all of it for evidence. And this man just keeps flashing the camera with his whole goddamn face. They did the absolute perfect thing here in this situation. This is where it gets so good. So this guy with all 3 brain cells and every neuron in that goddamn barren wasteland of a head starts firing. And he's like, oh my god, I left my fingerprints at the scene. I know what happens next. I've watched CSI Miami. So he goes back in and tries to wipe down the register. As if the fingerprints are the main concern here. Even though he's flashed his whole face with no sunglasses to the camera like 8 times by now. And he's doing all of this in the slowest speed imaginable. He's entered cruise control. Like, there's so much evidence here, and the one thing he's concerned about is fingerprints. So he goes in and tries to clean the scene. Very thorough job, too. But greed gets the best of him. He became gluttonous. So he goes in for more money, leaving more prints.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Yeah, so he grabbed an extra like $3 there and then tried to wipe down those extra prints, but kept missing the areas that his greasy paws were touching, and then just skedaddles in the slowest getaway of all time. Just barely walking. He would have been faster if he crawled away. Like, Jesus Christ. All in all, I can't imagine he got more than 20 bucks. The guy in the video said 60, but I don't believe that. There's no way he pulled $60 out of that fucking register. All in all, he spent like a minute and a half emptying a register, struggling the entire way, looking super stupid just to walk away with less money than the register costs for repairs, and risking jail time. If he had spent this long just collecting quarters from a wishing well, he would have made more money.
Genius move. And how will you counter it? Only an idiot would ask such a question. Just move this here. You look distressed. Something the matter? If that's the case, you better get thinking. Are you waiting for a sign? Time is ticking. Have you considered whether the answer, if a question is of no help? Never mind. Allow. My goals are roughly. That's all you need to know. I can't stand discourtesy. The real Ron May's creation is hit go. Take the elevator.
Life is as ephemeral as...
This is huge. The space station has an area this big?
Why is he touching it?
An emanator of propagation clone? How can that be?
Goddamn.
Existence is unity. Equipped it together as one.
Conflict is pitiless. A blade knows no mercy. Show no mercy. That paradise, savor it for me.
There's more to life. I see through you.
Here is thunder. The fight is set. That paradise may savor it for me.
Enjoying yourself?
Conflict is pitiless.
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
You'll destroy the space station.
Eternal.
Converge and awaken. Human creations.
There's no time to lose.
Yin and yang.
Show no mercy.
There's more to life.
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Follow my charm. Conflict is pitiless. That paradise may be unreached. Savor it for me.
Equipped divination. Yin and yang.
Fail to set you. Well timed. There's no time.
All things must human creations.
Your end approaches.
Together as one.
Some value eternal. Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Enjoy yourself.
Fail to set you.
creature was unable to sustain its own existence and vanished as if it had never been born. The threat is over. Time to get going.
Is it over? I need to get some answers out of Ron. May.
The meeting of geniuses is over. As for the future of the simulated universe, that conclusion isn't You look upset, correct? I regret my actions. There's no defending what I've done. I made a clone, but it doesn't hold a candle to the Emanator. How should I have restrained by time and place? Its code of life could only be considered an incomplete attempt. I managed to replicate the moment it was like every living being, it inevitably faced its... However... and it was a minuscule step. Just... I do not have a life outside of research. People always think this price is unimaginable, but it seems rather acceptable to me. I must admit, I'm not fond of scenarios where everything aligns perfectly with my expectation. That's where the joy lies. Even the most predictable storylines can have their pleasant surprises. I have to admit that these little ones, I see a human-like emotions may be either pot and they are still along. That being said, do you believe my actions will... There's no need to... Do I see your response? The effects of the anti-truth, after all. Over time, if I do not want a secret review, it won't take effect immediately. Perhaps you'll remember us in that way. It will make our lives. I believe you. Screwlum will stay on the space. Do you still remember the I miss member number 55 reaching too soon. I hope I won't meet member number... Who knows when the next gathering of geniuses will... If fate allows and you're interested, though, I suppose it...
Receive divinity. Repent. The dead return. Word cleansing dragon.
Lend me your strength.
Don't touch nothing. Yo, the store shut down. The store is shut down.
I've never seen a robbery where at the end of it, everyone's laughing at the robber. Like, what? How shameful. Who is the most influential streamer on Twitch right now? This is an argument that a lot of people like to engage in. It becomes this ferocious debate, and most people usually go to like the top sub channels or the channels with the most viewers, so you'll have people talking about XQC being the face of Twitch, or Kai Cenat, or Jinxie. However, if you ask me, I think the most influential streamer on Twitch right now is Morgpie. She defines the meta on Twitch. She is the primordial soup from which the meta evolves from. It's like that scene in Prometheus where they have the engineer drink that shit and then it basically seeds life on Earth. That is her to the sexual content community on Twitch. And she is so powerful that the Twitch policy team has to constantly be monitoring her at her mercy, basically. She has the Twitch meta wrapped around her finger when it comes to this niche of content. You probably know her name because she was the pioneer that innovated the topless meta, the implied nudity meta, which went hog wild. This was so big that the Twitch policy team actually had to come forward and make a statement and a guidelines update kind of addressing all of these things. She did receive a ban for it, but like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop Morgpie, you can only hope to contain her. She's actually received 6 bans so far, 4 of which came within a month of each other. There's been 2 in December alone, and she's showing no signs of slowing down. It's like Galactus. She's on a rampage right now, looking for new ways to innovate in the sexual content on Twitch. Now, she also, shortly after being unbanned, engaged in a new emerging meta that also blew up called the Censored Black Bar meta, where streamers would be assumed nude and have black bars over their genitals. And this was another meta for which she participated and helped elevate to new heights. And it got so big that Boogie actually went on stream just completely naked, just stripped down to his bare necessities here, his birthday suit. His explanation for this head-scratching display was that his body self-censors itself. Because his gut hangs down so low, you can't see his wiener or his scrotum or anything like that. His nutsack is fully hidden, so if the black bars on nude streamers are permissible on Twitch, then him being completely naked should be permissible because you can't see anything. He did receive a ban for it, and I believe other streamers that were engaging in this censor bar meta also received a ban for it. But Morgpie has been unbanned again, and she immediately hopped back on the saddle with another wacky idea here. She's like the Jimmy Neutron of sexual content on Twitch, just constantly having these brain blasts for new things to try. And I just have to show you this most recent one because it is just downright comical.
Oh my god. No annoying neighbors.
There is just so much going on here, so many layers to this onion to pick apart. This is like a Rube Goldberg machine of sexual content. I don't even know where to begin. So let's just start with the visuals here. There's so much here in this one frame. Let's focus our attention on the very tiny kiddie pool behind her. The smallest pool that Walmart has ever offered. It's a fucking kiddie pool for ants. It's like 1 foot by 1 foot, and she has like the littlest amount of water in there, like 2 glasses worth of water in there, basically. But the reason that's there is because Twitch has a policy where you can't be in like a bikini or a bathing suit unless there's a pool in proximity, so that's her way around that so she can get in the hot tubs category. She then also has a mirror positioned behind her so you can see her ass jiggling on the earthquake machine that she's balancing on. I don't exactly know what that device is, the Ass Jiggler 5000. She's going to town on a shake weight, and then she also has a small piece of paper with her Twitch link there, her username, twitch.tv/Morgpie. That's there because she knows these clips go viral on Twitter, so it's easy marketing and easy advertisement, so that way you can immediately see where it comes from.
Reading the signs of my body. I want tonight, no hips don't lie. Not a lumberjack, thank you for the prime.
Consider yourself lucky. We're bearing witness to a once-in-a-generation savant, a genius in the laboratory, cooking up a brand new meta right before our eyes. So that's kind of the whole gist of it. Stand on top of the whole body vibrator, shaking the shake weight, and then thanking subs by you know, getting the thangs thangin'. And that's the idea behind it. This is still brand new, so it hasn't caught fire yet. But we'll see. We'll see if this one catches on the same way the topless and censor bar meta did. But at the end of the day, this really is a Twitch itself problem. They don't crack down on any of this in any meaningful way. They give like a day ban, like a 24-hour, 48-hour, 72-hour ban for this. And that's not like a really severe punishment. She is one of the fastest growing channels on Twitch because of doing these things, so she's not going to stop. Why would she? It really is a classic case of don't hate the player, hate the game. And the game is, they're not even playing the game. Twitch is just so hands-off on all this. They seem to roll back that artistic nudity policy almost immediately and then called it quits. Like, it doesn't seem like this kind of content they want there because they do keep issuing short bans, but they don't take any real stance and they don't make any statements on it. So why would Mordpie or any of the other streamers stop doing it? It makes them a ton of money. It grows all of their socials wildly fast. And again, if Twitch isn't saying anything or doing anything to stop it, then obviously they're not going to stop providing this content to the platform because it makes them so much money. Now, I do think Mordpie is going to catch another short ban, but I speculate, I theorize that she'll be back with another really wild idea, and I am super curious as to what the next meta she tries to bring forth will look like. I'm anticipating the next one has even more bells and whistles, like there'll be a 6-camera setup or something, right? And one of them's like an endoscopy cam, so you can actually see her vocal folds when she says thank you to the subs or something. Like, I you watch Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems, like, really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just, like, actually uninteresting. Assassin, the First List. Oh, man. Gotta sign in with my age here. Wait, just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. These games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes, too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt, which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin, the First List. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one, though. The waifu shooter? This is the Hitman UI. Like how, wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly. The target name was Ozma bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh wait, you're right. It is Ozma. It's Ozma bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. 2 down. Alright. No! Ooh, what? It's so dark I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright, alright. Almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up, get up. Oh god, oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, alright, okay, okay. I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Understood, understood. I'm gonna be honest. This difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. No one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh, no, 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 oh, no, 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 no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no... Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. Oh. Sneak. That's worthless. That's worth. I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick, misclick. Grenade, grenade. Nice. What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Ah, more, huh? No! The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Is there no options?
Damn. What is this too?